feel free to use the chat space or facility provided online to engage when the time comes for that. As I also indicated in terms of our program outline, we are going to finish at 1 o'clock, after which we'll convene downstairs in the basement for lunch. Everyone is invited. I wish we can accommodate our colleagues who are joining us online, but unfortunately, it won't really be possible. So those were just a few house rules which I thought I should just share with you colleagues over and above the OHS video that was played. I'm now looking at the time, it's exactly 5 minutes after 9 o'clock, and I understand that in order not to compromise our program, I think it's best to start, if everyone's comfortable with that, so that we are able to finish on time as scheduled. So with that, colleagues, let me start by maybe introducing myself formally now that we are starting officially with the program. My name is Wonga Mbijekana. I'm the CUT Ethics Officer. I'll be your program director for the day. And I hope you are going to treat me well, especially with time and everything. So first of all, let me acknowledge and recognize our university management present here today under the leadership of our VC, Professor Pamela Dube, our external partners, ACFE, Treasury, and everyone else. I see Africa Academy, I see NetBank, I see whistleblowers, I see the Hawks banner. You are all recognized. Our guest speakers present here, and those whom I believe they will join us shortly, you are recognized. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, both in person here and those joining us online, good morning and welcome to this important event. So, with that, colleagues, as the world marks International Fraud Awareness Week, which we all know that this is the week dedicated to that, today's engagement, to me, I would like to think that they are a reminder that we are part of the global community, advancing the values of integrity, transparency, as well as good governance. So that is just a reminder from my end in terms of the significance of this week. I would also like just to acknowledge Major Bokaba, Major General, and Dr. Storm, good morning. We were just about to start. You are not late at all. Good morning. So with that, please allow me to invite on stage our Executive Director in the Office of the Vice-Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Joyce Macheta, to please do the welcome and opening for us. Doc, thank you very much.
Good morning. Welcome. We are very excited to be here today together as we honor the International Fraud Awareness Week. On behalf of the Central University of Technology, I want to welcome you to the CUT Fraud Awareness event presented in partnership with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Today's session is an important opportunity for us to learn how fraud affects society, our institutions, our economy, and our everyday lives. As future leaders and professionals, understanding how to prevent, detect, and respond to fraud is essential. To build a better South Africa, we need to come together and fight fraud. Our collaboration with ACFE brings valuable expertise and will help strengthen the culture of integrity we strive for as an institution and as a country. Thank you to ACFE, our speakers, and everyone who made time to be part of this event today, and those who made it possible, our partners. I encourage you all to participate, ask questions, and make the most of the knowledge shared today. With that, I officially welcome everyone here. Have a wonderful morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you very much for setting the tone for today's important engagement. And now, moving on with our program, it is now my honor to invite on stage our keynote speaker, the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the CUT, Professor Pamela Dube. Prof. Dube has been at the forefront, colleagues, of strengthening governance, transparency, as well as ethical stewardship within our institution. So please do assist me to welcome her on the podium. Thank you. Prof.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for that warm introduction. Good morning to all our distinguished guests, all the members of the CUT community who are here with us, the representatives of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, our government representatives and partners that are here, our esteemed business and corporate partners, our alumni, colleagues again, students and friends of the university. To all of you, our distinguished guests, welcome. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to our Fraud Awareness event of 2025, a vital platform where we come together to reaffirm our shared commitment to integrity, transparency, and ethical conduct across every facet of our institution. Before I proceed, please allow me to extend a special welcome and recognition to our esteemed partners from the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. We are honored by the presence of Mr. Jaco de Jager, the Chief Executive Officer of ACFE South Africa, who will also be addressing us later this morning. Mr. de Jager, thank you for your leadership in advancing the fight against fraud and for joining hands with us in this very important endeavor. Today marks a significant milestone, as we will also sign a memorandum of understanding between CUT and ACFE South Africa, formalizing our collaboration in building capacity, strengthening professional ethics, and deepening awareness of fraud prevention and detection. This partnership reflects our shared vision of cultivating integrity, not only within CUT, but throughout the broader higher education and public sectors. I'd like to also recognize and warmly welcome our other speakers and dignitaries that are joining us today, as well as members of the academic, support, and student communities who play a huge role in continuously championing ethical behavior in their spheres of influence. Your presence and participation affirm that integrity is truly a shared responsibility. This gathering is both timely and essential because institutions around the world continue to grapple with challenges of fraud and unethical conduct. And in our interconnected environment, the risks have become increasingly sophisticated, often subtle, and sometimes difficult to detect. But I do firmly believe that what protects an institution most effectively is not only systems or controls and policies, though these are very vital, but a deeply rooted culture of integrity. It is the collective consciousness and commitment of every member of our community that truly shields us from the threat of fraud. Fraud is more than just a financial crime. It is a breach of trust, and when it occurs, whether in procurement, financial management, research practices, or data handling, it damages more than our budgets. It erodes the very confidence that in our context that our students, our partners, and the public place upon us. In the higher education sector, our credibility rests on honesty in our research, in our teaching, and in our stewardship of the resources, and in our governance. When integrity is compromised, the ripple effects extend far beyond the immediate loss. They affect the morale, reputation, and the public trust that we depend upon. This is why today's event is so important. It's about reaffirming who we are as an institution and what we stand for. As the Vice-Chancellor of the institution, I do wish to reiterate that ethical behavior and accountability are central to our institutional identity. This is the foundation upon which all our successes are built. We have made significant progress in developing robust governance frameworks, financial controls, and internal audit mechanisms. Our policies on conflict of interest, ethical research conduct, and whistleblowing provide important safeguards. But these measures are only as strong as the people who uphold them. A policy is a promise. It is our collective responsibility to live up to that promise every day. Our leadership teams, from the executive to the departmental level, must continue to set the tone by modeling transparency, fairness, and honesty in every decision that we make. Our new collaboration with ACFE South Africa further strengthens these efforts. Through joint training, awareness programs, and access to professional expertise, we will enhance the capabilities of our staff and our students to identify, prevent, and respond effectively to unethical conduct. It is also important to acknowledge that fraud can take many forms. It may appear as misrepresentation in research data, manipulation of procurement processes, misuse of institutional assets, or even falsification of credentials. Sometimes it begins as small as a shortcut taken, a favor granted, and oversight overlooked. But such small cracks, if ignored, can grow into wide breaches of trust. That is why we must stay alert, informed, and empowered to act. Fraud prevention is not the job of one office or one department. It is everyone's responsibility. Building on ethical culture is about creating an environment where doing the right thing is natural, expected, and celebrated. This begins with daily habits, being transparent in our actions, accountable in our roles, and respectful of the trust placed in us. Each of us has moments where ethical choices are tested, perhaps a decision that seems minor, a situation where no one will notice, but integrity is not tested when it is easy. It is proven when it is difficult. When we act with honesty, even in small matters, we reinforce the kind of institution that we want to be, one that values truth, fairness, and mutual respect. An ethical institution is also one where people feel safe to speak up. We must continue to foster an environment where concerns about fraud or unethical conduct can be raised without fear of retaliation or judgment. Our whistleblowing mechanisms exist not to punish, but to protect individuals who act courageously, thus preserving the integrity of our institution. And in this digital age, we must also be very mindful of how technology introduces new vulnerability. And as a University of Technology, that is foremost on our minds as we conduct our business. There is cyber fraud, data manipulation, and digital misinformation, which are real and growing threats. While technology helps us to advance in research and administration, it also requires vigilance and education. Our information security and compliance teams are working tirelessly to protect our systems, but each of us plays a huge role in that defense, from safeguarding passwords to verifying data accuracy. Moving forward, each of us can do the following to preserve our integrity. Firstly, to be informed, understanding the policies and principles that guide ethical conduct in your area. Secondly, being vigilant. If something does not seem right, to ask questions. And thirdly, to be courageous, speaking up when you see misconduct or risks. And finally, being an example, letting your integrity inspire others. Fraud prevention is not about instilling fear, it's about retaining pride. Pride in belonging to an institution that values honesty, accountability, and excellence in everything that it does. So let us commit today collectively as partners from the different areas to being vigilant, ethical, and courageous in building a culture where fraud finds no place to hide and integrity defines who we are. Thank you so much for listening to me. Ke a leboga and baie dankie.
Thank you very much, VC. Please, a round of applause to the gentleman with the VC again. VC, thank you so much. Thank you very much. We are truly inspired by your consistent leadership as you continue to shape our journey towards an ethical and a community that is demonstrative of integrity. So we are truly inspired by your leadership. Thank you so, so much. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe I can just mention that the VC is with us, but she has another engagement, so don't be surprised when you see her walking out. I know that she'll be joining us after that engagement, so I thought I should just highlight that so that everyone is aware and not surprised when she steps out when the time comes. And again, I've been notified that our MEC will be joining us around 12. He's held up somewhere. Apparently he's presenting somewhere, but he'll be joining us around that time, that is 12 o'clock. So I thought I should just flag those announcements so that everyone is aware. Now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next speaker, Major General Mokgadi Bokaba, our Provincial Head of the Directorate of Property Crime Investigation. Major Bokaba brings deep insights, ladies and gentlemen, into the national landscape of economic crime and corruption. We are honored this morning by your presence, General, and now I would like to invite you to the platform. Thank you.
I was once told that if you are given the first bite of the cherry, it's either going to be a nice one or it's going to be a terrible one. So I'm not sure whether I'm set up or there's a whole story behind you requesting that I speak first. But be that as it may, I'll try by all means to rise to the occasion. A beautiful Free State morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm a police officer. When I talk, I like people to be here. Good morning. Thank you. Don't worry, you don't have to call me General. Indeed, it's a beautiful morning, a great week that we all come together as fraudbusters. Jaco, you remember there was once with the fraudbusters. That we come together and reassess, realign, and really take stock of whether are we making impact or whether we need to reevaluate on how we are doing business. And I think this week becomes one of those critical weeks that we look back. And I'm happy that CUT will be signing an MOU with ACFE. VC, it's an important milestone, and I acknowledge you for that. This is an opportunity that will give your people a platform to network, to grow in their strides in understanding the impact, and more than anything, how well they can contribute as fraudbusters in South Africa. As I was introduced, I'm Major General Mokgadi Bokaba. I'm the Provincial Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, mostly known as the Hawks. But today I come not to arrest, nor do anything, but I literally just come so that we can share. And I'm not sure whether I was set up when I was told that my topic must just be aligned with institutions of higher learning. So in the part of my presentation, just know that there's no malice intended, but it's just for us to have a conversation, because I believe this week is about having a conversation. And I decided and agreed that I'll talk about the far-reaching impact of fraud in institutions of higher learning. And not for any other reason, but I believe they are a base and a platform of how future is determined. If you get it wrong here, it's more like when they say if you get it wrong at foundation phase, you'll never get it right. Do I correct you? I coordinate myself? Thank you. Okay. I think it becomes important that before I get into my conversation for today, I actually share with everybody about who we are, what is our scope of work, and when I say us, I'm talking about the Hawks, and just a little reflection on the fraud statistics. And upon reflecting on the fraud statistics, I want us to look at case studies. And for me as a police officer, I think when you show people with names, with incidents, with things that are happening around us, the message gets home very quickly. And more than anything, to look into how you as an institution and other institutions can really strengthen their control measures in supporting their enforcement efforts. And furthermore, I would really like us to look at the impact of fraud in institutions of higher learning. Like I said, my topic is literally talking about the impact of fraud in institutions of higher learning. I lead a team that falls within the South African Police Service. And yes, I acknowledge there's just a lot of us. We are in media for the right or wrong reason, but I believe there's light at the end of the tunnel. We are a directorate within the South African Police Service, and this directorate was born upon the disbandment of the Scorpion. I think everybody knew them, the guys with black cars who would come and knock in the morning and take the naughty ones. We were born upon the disbandment of the DSO, and we were duly formed under Section 17C of the South African Police Service, as it was duly amended. And that was more of a marching order to say there must be an independent directorate within the police. And this independence comes with a lot of responsibility. Upon the enacting of Section 17 within the South African Police Act, then we were given a mandate that we need to run with as the directorate, and ours was very clear. We're told yours is to concentrate on national priority offenses. And these offenses are clearly outlined in the Chapter 2 within the Act. But when we look deeper into what is expected of us as the directorate, is mostly having to look into what we regard as offenses that mostly outlined in the prevention of organized crime and in PRECA. Under this national priority offenses of importance, we have 3 marching orders, which is to look at organized crime, and that includes transnational crime, to look at commercial crime, and that's more where fraud falls within, and as well as to look at corruption. But fraud doesn't fall far apart from issues of corruption, because there have to be a certain act and there have to be a benefit, and that would lead to the part of the corruption happening. The prerequisite of how we deal with our cases, we look into that they have to be done, or the offense have to be in an organized fashion. We don't deal just the run-of-mill cases. There have to be a certain level of complexity that we look into. We look at the amount of the fraud or the crime that has been committed, and we look at the impact on economy. And this clearly defines us differently from your normal detective that are probably, next ones are in Park Road. They will deal with all matters, but the ones that fall within certain level that has been outlined in our mandate as the directorate, then they'll refer them to us. In our matters, we look at issues of public interest, and I think when I get to the case studies, you'll see where the public interest come. There's one case that has actually, the case studies that I've picked are the ones that actually have more of public interest in it. And we look into the impact of national security. And when you talk of national security, I think aligning to my topic, you start looking into if we have a vice with questionable qualification, the impact thereof is massive. It taints the reputation of the institution in totality. Then people will start asking themselves, do I really want to be called an alumni of that institution, or do I want to send my child there? Then we look at serious fraud or theft, banking crime, and within the commercial crime space, we deal with matters of 500,000 and above. But within the corruption space, we deal with 100,000 and above. And the reason why there is the difference between the 100,000 and the 500,000 is the far-reaching impact of corruption. It starts with a small amount, then it grows, but the impact thereof, it's dire. And I think, sadly to say, I think every night everybody takes their popcorn and their Coke and listen to Madlanga Commission, and they get to see the far-reaching impact of corruption. And that is why the threshold has just been taken a bit lower. We further look at Section 34 reporting, which literally deals with matters that are affecting those in position of authority, the HODs, the municipal managers, the HOD, the CEOs, when they have failed in their responsibility to report corruption. And as I said, the threshold of our corruption matters are 100,000. I think in trying to unpack or want to come and understand when we talk of fraud, it is imperative that one gets to drill down to the 4 critical elements thereof. And that's why in my slide I say the crime of fraud manifests itself in different ways, and its key features are covered in its element. And firstly, I would like to look in the first one. The first element is unlawfulness, and meaning the conduct thereof of a person have to be that one that is really out of or not in line with the prescripts of law. And the second part is you have to be intentional to do that. You won't just say it landed on my feet. I just found myself there. You intentionally thought about it and you committed it. And in fraud, I think there's a part that the VC mentioned about a making of a misrepresentation. And be it looking the other way and saying, no, it was just a small favor and therefore it's a small one. You literally decided that you will send a false narrative. And in a false narrative, you misrepresented the facts. And in institutions of higher learning, I mean, misrepresenting the facts is almost like changing maybe a 7 to a 9, and therefore it puts you on a certain issue, saying I have done my master's, therefore I'm good for my PhD, you know, having to get somebody to write an exam for you, having somebody to submit or to write a dissertation for you, and you can't actually even be in a position to account for that, and that is a misrepresentation. And when we go to the last issue of it, that's why at times we think fraud just need to be narrated in rands and cents. But we need to look at what your unlawful intentional action led to. It led to prejudice. And you know, in law and in common law, they will talk about potential and actual, and they're talking in the rands and cents. But where we are right now, we need to talk about prejudice and looking at it as impact. What is the impact of your conduct? Just imagine as a lecturer or as a professor, and you decide that you're just gonna give me charity marks for my submission. And you grant me that master's that I have not defended. And I write so boldly in my CV that I have acquired that. Or I write so boldly that I have a PhD. And like the ones that we've known, we know them Tim Kulu, we know the Paulo Jordan, who literally at a certain point, they were bold enough to be wanted to be called doctors. And when we went back, somebody, one clever person, wanted to know, where did you get this? And there was no way that it could be found. So that's the prejudice within the institution of higher learning that we look into. Your presence of standing in front of an audience and say, I am Dr. Bokaba. You don't even know, because I think you need to have a topic that you needed to speak about. You don't even know the hypothesis thereof. You don't even know what messages you wanted to. You don't even know the study. You don't even know the sample of the people that you looked into. But yet, you have the audacity to be demanding to be called a doctor. And that's the prejudice that we're talking about. In the crimes of tenders, we're talking rands and cents. But where I'm sitting now, we're talking about the dire impact of you standing in national stages and telling people that you are a doctor. And you can't even relate to the study or to the research that you have done to send the message across. And the unfortunate part is we think because it has no value, and therefore the impact is less. And I'm sad to believe that that could not be. Because imagine you're having a doctor standing in front of the first-year students who literally does not have that qualification, planting the wrong seeds of AI into the first-year students. By the time they graduate, the foundation that has been laid, it's so terrible. And that's the prejudice within the academic space that we're talking about. Let's reflect a bit into how we look into statistics in South Africa. I know my ministers and the national commissioners will stand and present stats quarterly. It's unfortunate that the stats that mostly gets presented, they will be relating to violent crime, because there's death that's there, others lead to people being hijacked. But I found it peculiar that when we have to look into the crime of fraud, it's a by the way. And I think right now, if we look at the economy of South Africa, if a bit of focus in one of these points, even the journalist could have just said, how do you view the crime of fraud and its impact to the economy? How do you view the loss in line with the South African economy? And this bigger gap that has been created, or the vacuum that has been created by focusing just on violent crime, has led to big work being translated to law enforcement, because now people have found a platform and a market to literally commit more economic crimes, whereby fraud falls within. I therefore think a thorough assessment on the impact of fraud in South Africa could reflect the challenges that we are currently facing. And remember, I told you that fraud and corruption literally are those twins, but it's a girl and a boy. But they are twins, but they go together. And I think, fortunately, I was privy to become part of the team that actually marshaled for 2.5 years to deal with South African grey listing. And it was through this phase that literally we were hit hard on the number of cases of fraud that has been reported and the value thereof in South Africa. And our narrative and focus when we have to deal with statistics and whatever, it's morely focusing on contact crimes. We've realized that in our blind standard of focusing in violent crime, the fraudsters have actually evolved. Method of committing fraud has changed. Method of moving the money they've committed has changed. There was a time when I started in law enforcement, there were check frauds, where you write a check, people will tamper with the signature, and there'll be documents sent to confirm if the signature is yours. But if we look right now, we have evolved so much, and that is why it has led to us actually now even having the Cybercrime Act, because we've realized that fraud is committed not only just for me taking this piece of paper and signing, but it can also be electronically committed. And I think with institutions of higher learning, you are at that point where your students actually register online. And it goes to ask the control measures that it's there within the system of enrolling, that you don't find somebody that has manipulated whatever information and get the first seat on the table, whereas the other one has not. Therefore, the evolving methods of committing fraud has caused challenge to law enforcement officers, whereby they have to timelessly adapt and adjust. They have to get to a point where they also understand how does a criminal fraudster's mind work. I just want to pick just this past 2 years. You look at the number of fraud cases that have been reported. But if I could direct you to the website of SABRIC, you'll get a far bigger number, because they split it into the various categories as they deal with the banks. We have 578,000, but the total number of financial crimes where fraud comes in, we have over 1.5 million. Then you start asking yourself, as much as there's this threshold designed of what matters the Directorate will look into, what is it that we are not doing right? Is it enhancing of systems? Is it messaging more? But there is something that needs to be done. Then we look at the spike in 2024, 811,000. The total value, it's over 2 million. And that, just by looking at that number, I would just want you to pause and ask yourself, were you ever a victim? Remember, even if your ID has been stolen and some either ID fraud has been committed that have cost you a bit of financial loss, you are regarded as a victim. And probably all of us in here have been a victim of fraud, one way or the other. Now let me move away from the sad news of the numbers and everybody now going into their sorrow stage. And I want us just to look into the few case studies that I've picked. And these case studies, I've picked them intentionally because they talk of people of authority and power, people who have been entrusted to lead. The first case, it was State versus Nyengeni, which is a 2006 judgment. And I think for those that are my age and older will remember Tony Nyengeni, flamboyant ANC member of parliament. Right now, I think he has moved, he's a member of MKP. But during his time when he was a member of parliament, he actually signed a subtle agreement with Mercedes-Benz and failed and got a very huge discount. And what did he do? He chose not to disclose. He felt there's a discount, he's going to be driving this big car. I mean, what's the loss? But remember, there is an ethical standard that they expected to keep. There is a moral compass that when we look at them calling themselves honorable, we expect the honorability to be showing. And the honorability fell out and it moved out of the door. He took the discount, chose not to disclose it. They put it as a nice word in the judgment as a gift. And the court found that Mr. Nyengeni was legally obligated to disclose that gift, and failure to do that misled the parliament. And his conduct was amounted to fraud. Then I'll quickly move to the second one. And those who are, I know in campus they have students, what the EFF and the whatever. Those who are ANC people, I'm not picking on, and because my case studies are around people who have been in the ANC. It's just that when I narrowed my scope and wanting to show the impact of integrity and authority, it softly just gave me this. The next one is State versus Busak. Alan Busak, also prominent ANC comrade. Alan Busak was a significant figure in the anti-apartheid movement and served as the president of the World Alliance of Reformed Churches. You see, now he's holy. Then he's soliciting donations. What did he do with the donations? Instead of giving it to those that are due to them, Alan Busak decided to do the other. And these funds, which were intended for the development projects in South Africa, Alan Busak decided to use the money for his personal gain. And what I like about the Alan Busak and the Tony Nyengenis, when they sit in their little, they know what they did is wrong. Very much so. But they will even take it to the higher court to try to show that there is nothing wrong that they did. The court found that Busak used the funds for personal use and misrepresented their use to the donors. And that constituted fraud and theft. So hence I'm saying, when you are in a certain position, there is a certain way that people look at how you conduct yourself. And with Tony Nyengeni, it was just a minor thing. Buying a car, it's 970, we give you a discount, he buy it at 420. There's no cash that went into the pocket, but it's the conduct itself. And most importantly, the position that he held. There is one case that I had. Let me just check where do I have this one. Okay. I think I have it a bit later. Like I said, I don't know whether I was fortunate or unfortunate that I became part of those that had to deal with the issue of grey listing, and we had to come across and look the reality in our face and realize that we are certainly considering or giving much attention to the issue of fraud. And according to that time, when we did what we call the National Risk Assessment, and that is a deep dive into an inward looking of how are we doing crime and looking at process-generating offenses, we realized that fraud is the second most reported crime in South Africa. Then one asks themselves, if it's the second largest, why is it getting the second last attention? Why do we have to have imbizos to make sure that people understand the impact of fraud in South Africa? And the other thing is, when you look at fraud, it's literally a gateway to other things. You know, it's an enabler for one to be able to do other offenses. It's an enabler for one to commit the crime of money laundering. It's an enabler for one to be able to conceal beneficial ownership in entities that they own. It becomes a cross-cutting offense that one will be able to commit and be able to move into different spheres of crime. Now I look into if there might be there in CUT, but one have to start looking into how can an institution really strengthen its internal controls to support in enforcement measures to curb fraud. And I would say probably let's start by doing a risk-based approach. And it's assessing where is our risk barometer and how we deal with all those risks. Evaluate our current measures in place. We communicate our internal controls for people not to say they didn't know. And of importantly, you can apply the 5 principles of COSO that deal with fraud risk management. But of important is to understand your vulnerabilities. If you don't know your vulnerabilities, then you are unable to do the RBA, which is the risk-based approach. And within institutions of higher learning, there might be more. But as I was sitting in my little corner, then I started looking into probably the recruitment, confirmation of qualification. You have people that come who are regarded as international students. What is the CDD measure that you do? What is the enhanced due diligence that you confirm that the qualification has been duly obtained? Even the locals. How do you confirm that there was no twitching and changing of marks? I mean, we had people that have been fired within the police who literally have forged their matric certificates. And they moved up the ranks. It's not like we're saying we're any good. So, but it's more about having the conversation of how do we do better. And I guess within every institution, there's something which is called procurement. Lord, the problem in South Africa. That's our problem. But for goods and services and for everything to happen, there have to be a procurement. And in this procurement, that's where the problem comes in. You look into who rubs whose hand for who to get what. Undercoat this for you to get this. And that is done in writing. It's a misrepresentation. People committing that they'll be able to do certain services, and they're not able to do that. But Visi, what I've picked in my little life, I've opened books, small anyana, not like you, small. It's the fact that we've realized that there is a norm, flicking of papers. There is one institution I'll never talk about, that I took a decision that I'll never study there, and my kids will never study there. Because when I was studying there, I was once approached. Do you struggle with research? I can write it for you. That's why I'm not going to mention names. But and to a point that when I started, and that time I was working, when I sat Jaco in panels and I look at the qualification from this institution, hey, I started asking myself, is this research properly obtained? Or was it the same offer I was given? And because, there come a point where we sit in our little corners and we write and we just online submit. How sure are you it's mine? Is there a mechanism to test that my work is my work? So it's things like those, where question papers leak and question papers are sold. And I start asking myself, if question papers are leaked or question papers are sold, what is the process for drafting a question paper? You know, where I work, we call it the criminal value chain. Now you start looking. They draft, who moderate, where does it go? Because there's somebody inside who literally, and this is the prejudice that I was speaking about. Because this leaked question papers, it prejudices others pass, but it's not like it's a good pass. It's pass because Baufili. You are given a scope. Actually, you are given a memorandum. So you literally can't claim that that module, you own it. It was just passed to you. So I want us to talk about risk-based approach. In risk-based approach, the key thing that they say you need to do is to identify your inherent risk, define your risk appetite, develop mitigating measures, and implement those mitigating measures. Furthermore, you look at your vulnerable areas that might trigger bad conduct. You identify mechanisms to deal with that. Look at your corrective measures and your mitigating measures. I think key, I won't go to all the COSO principles, but just highlight that the Committee of Sponsorship Organization, which is COSO, that created this framework to guide those that are dealing with issues of risk, they are almost aligned to things that are said in the risk-based approach. You know, first one, the COSO one is more about communication. It's Frost Risk Management Program, which I would think if you guys have your integrity or your risk office, that's their purpose, to ensure that right at the beginning when people come in, they actually indicate what are the things that the institution didn't take and what are the things that the institution take and what are the consequences thereof. The principle 2 is to identify that what are the likelihood, what schemes can affect you. I spoke of question papers, wrong documents submitted. So in line with understanding your environment, you look into what could be the schemes that might be aligned with what you do. Then COSO 3, it talks about developing detective and preventative measures, and that's where we expect the integrity officers or the ethics office to be loud about what have they identified. Does it mitigate for it to be reported to the police? Does it go into a committee? Is it a discipline measure that the institution have to take? Again, communication, and that means deploying those that are trusted and hired to deal with issues of risk. And the last one is to develop a platform for continued evaluation. I think if we look at the impact of what fraud can lead in institutions of higher learning, firstly, it's financial loss, reputational damage. I think of importance is number 3, the academic integrity. Because I think everybody coming to an institution of higher learning to want to come out looking better, sounding better, and being able to impact better. We look at the legal and regulatory consequences. We look at operational disruptives, impact on students. And that's when I spoke about the last element of fraud. Because there is an impact. You might think because there was no rents, no value, no whatever that was given. The impact on students, the reduction of quality of education, because either the lecturer was not properly qualified, somebody forged the qualification, therefore he's doing AI lecturing there. And those that are the recipients of that, where do they end? I'm wrapping up now. I told them I'm a police officer, so I like talking in so that you go back and reflect on it. One other cases, these are not decided cases, these are cases that have been everywhere in the media. University of Fort Hare. It's not only popular for hired gunmen, but they also found themselves in the hands of the fraud cookie jar, where there was a 2.4 million fraud orchestrated scheme that siphon funds from the institution through fake service providers. And remember, when we get there, I'll tell you again about Forte, with its history that's getting eroded with everything that's getting. Then we have UCT, the allegation of great manipulation, institutional malpractice at UCT. And as a parent of a child in UCT, the VC called once one evening to deal with this issue and said they've received complaints where students are saying black students are undermarked and the white students and whatever. And the only thing that I put in that chat, and I said, open a safe space for children to come and show you facts, because they can't just go out and say so. And what you don't know about our kids, their friendship has no race. I sit, we compare scripts, they are the same. You have a higher mark, I have a lower mark. That's introspection, that's all you can do. Then we have our neighbors who were caught up with the 1.5 M fraud, University of Free State. If there's people from there, I did not pick you. It's just that you are out there, and I managed to bump into your story, which landed in my office, where they've decided to sign into a contract of student accommodation of 1.5 million for housing accommodation for the students. Remember the impact, because everything goes to the impact in institution of higher learning. How many students didn't have housing? What happened? Then we have our normal ones. I think you also struggle with them, NSFAS. I think every institution struggles with NSFAS. You know the litany from paying that other lady millions to not doing this, money disappearing, and just a lot of accountability and fraudulent things that are happening within there. Now I'm going to wrap up, and I'm going to just leave this with you. Remember I told you, people of power, people of interest, those we look up to. University of Fort Hare again. Now is the Premier of the Eastern Cape. I told you I have nothing against ANC people. They just find themselves popping out when I do my research. The Premier of Eastern Cape. There is an issue at Fort Hare. I'm not sure whether they were buying these PhDs or whatever, but the dude had no masters. And he says, me, I'm eligible for PhD. Then his name is up amongst the box. His name come up in the SIU report. Let's look into you, Mr. Mabuyane. What did Mr. Mabuyane say? Run to court. If you know that you're honest, I think you'll be saying, you can even ask this one and this one, we're in the study group together. And these are my marks. Mr. Mabuyane, run to court. And he says, you stop it now. You're not gonna look into my qualification. You're not gonna look into my application. Me, I'm good for it. It's 2023. We are dragging. It's up and down with Mr. Mabuyane, SIU, court, and whatever. Then, the creme de la creme of Mr. Mabuyane. There's a professor right inside Fort Hare, arrested for academic fraud himself, Professor Ijeoma. Guess who's Professor Ijeoma? The supervisor of Mabuyane. Birds of same feathers flock together. Then they got to realize the supervisor is also fraud. How now the student is fraud? It's fraud left, fraud right, fraud altogether. But the battle continues. The Premier feels he's entitled to this doctorate. Okay, they sent the professor packing, which is obvious. Now, I think it was last week, Sunday. You see, it's from 2023. Now we are in 2025. Mabuyane stops investigation into his alleged fake degree. It was an article in Daily Maverick, not my writing. But then I'm asking myself, when he stands in front of the millions that are in the Eastern Cape, and we talk of integrity, morality, credibility, everything that goes with the T's that makes us good citizens. Yet he can't open up to a simple thing of qualification. You see right now, it affects him, but it affects the institution that is involved. So I pray that you don't find yourself in there, because then I'll be going to UCT and telling them about you. And for me, the question remains, if you qualify for the program, why fight? Why? Because yours is to produce. I'm due for this, I have this. Even if I did my teaching, if it was teaching, yes, I have my B.Ed, ne? It's B.Ed, ne? I have my B.Ed and I had my honors and I did my masters, I wrote on food malnutrition and whatever. I'm good for it. But the minute you start fighting, then there's a problem. I'm closing, program director, sorry. In closing, I would like to say, especially for the leaders within the institution, and those that are sitting in any forefront and you're engaging with those that come as your client. As an administrator or any person holding a position of power in this institution, and I'm going to be particular, this institution, what are you doing to ensure the credibility of this institution is intact? Remember, fighting fraud starts with you, and maybe with me, in our little corners and circle. In an institution of higher learning, think about the academic future of those you think you are doing a favor. It is in your hands, including the academic prospects of South Africa, that we do well. And before I sit down, I just want to say this. When we dealt with the nice Mabuyani story, the only thing that the institution can say, which was fought here, the spokesperson thereof says, they are guided by the court. The court's judgment has caused a considerable confusion. And I ask myself, are you confused, or does the guy doesn't have the qualification? Because that's all that matters. He must just produce the certificates where he graduated for all his degree to enable him to get into the doctorate program. So I trust in your little corner, you'll do the right thing. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Major General. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very, thought-provoking presentation. Shocking and yet very insightful, revelations that you have made. I guess, colleagues and everyone, we all have something to take home today. We have been challenged to decide whether we want to be fraud enablers or do we want to be fraud fighters. I think that's the homework or the take-home that General gave us. Thank you so much, General, and we really appreciate you. We also appreciate the contribution that you continue to make in our spaces in the society. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, gentlemen and ladies. Now, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I thought I will reserve a slot or an opportunity for questions right at the end after all the speakers. But now, seeing that we still have a little bit of time before our short break, I thought maybe I could take advantage and allow you an opportunity to ask questions following the presentation from the Major General. So this is how we are going to do it. We are going to take questions from the floor. We are also going to accommodate our attendees online. Already, I have one question from our online attendees, and I will also appreciate to maybe get hands from the floor as a follow-up to the presentation we just received from Major General. And Major General, you don't have to come here. You can respond from where you are sitting. I'm going to equip you with this mic so that you can respond to all the questions. The floor is open, ladies and gentlemen. I have spotted one hand over there already.
Good morning, everyone. General, I just have one question to you. As organization, South African Police Services, what form of support, in a sense of recommended training or skills, other than our technical skills of identifying fraud, investigating? Because yourself, you are in a better position to defend yourself, because I believe you went to basic training. So you are aware of how criminals work, you are aware how to use firearm and all of those. So for us who are identifying these processes, what form of support or recommended training that maybe you could refer to our professional bodies in terms of capacitating us, not only to rely on our training that will assist in terms of executing our job, but only to also to safeguard our safety. Because nowadays criminals don't think like old criminals. They become desperate to a point of putting our lives in danger. So that is my point from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I'm not sure, Major General, if you'd like me to also maybe share the question we received online so that we can maybe just address both those questions, if you're comfortable with that. This one is from Dube, online. Major General, please provide statistics on the conviction rates or number of successful prosecutions resulting from those reported cases. That is now one question from online. The floor is yours, General. You can respond.
Thank you so much. I think from the gentleman on the floor, it's an issue that even at the conference, it was one of the topics that we spoke about when we looked at the fraud examiners that perish along the way, and based on the fact that they were either dealing with a certain matter which actually created a bit of vulnerability on their side. There are whistleblower programs. It's unfortunate that issues of protection and close protection, it's only given when you fall within a certain realm, and it's not only given to everyone. But I strongly believe that there are changes within the whistleblower programs that people could actually rely on. And I know that you would reference me to the Mr. Mafoles, those that actually perished because they had identified few things. You'll pick the few of the SARS colleagues that were also victimized in that. It's just an unfortunate part that that's how the fraudsters work. But fortunate enough, it's within the law enforcement space, you are able to come and report and your name not be mentioned anywhere. You are able to provide, and we have what we call state as per. I become the complainant on your behalf, but there have to be that communication between me and you so that I'm able to follow through and track through. I'll give you a simple example with one matter in one of the municipalities. It was an official who reported and clearly indicated my name has never been there. And when we even got to court, we had an informer who actually gave us this, and that triggered an investigation from our side. So that's what I would say. If I have to get, unfortunately I don't have the conviction, the stats conviction, but the custodian of conviction is the National Prosecuting Authority, though they share it with us. In the value chain of the justice program or the justice system, the SAPS would mostly account on the number of matters reported to them and the number of arrests that have been done, and I hope that Dube won't ask me on the number of arrests. And the conviction becomes a measure or what NPA actually look at how much they have worked on. But I think safe to say, as I said, my exposure through the grey listing program, we had realized that the NPA had made over 90% of conviction on their economic crimes, that is the serious commercial prosecuting unit, their SCCU. They've done well. The unfortunate part is when we have to deal with issue of conviction. on fraud matters. It's what actually pains me as well, where we have what is regarded as suspended sentence. You know, you steal so much millions, and we run around with the docket, we convince the court, and the court will tell you, you sent convicted 15 years, of which only suspended for 5 years on condition that you don't do the same crime. And it becomes so bad when we have to come out and communicate such. I always say to my spokesperson that, you know, Zul, you must maybe make somewhere where you explain that this suspended sentence is not our doing. We managed to convince the court that this person is guilty of a crime. But the judicial have taken a decision that maybe there's an overcrowding in court. Maybe there's a lighter looking into economic crimes. Like I said, when we talk of crimes, we only talk of the organized, the hijackings, and those are the people that we think needs to go to jail. But should we look at the impact of those that have committed fraud and we say suspended sentence for 5 years? And when we start looking into mechanisms of trying to identify assets, other assets are very hard to find. So it means we have already created a platform for a person to also have some source of continuation in that 5 years when he is on the suspended sentence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Major General. Those were the only 2 questions, and I hope, colleagues, you are comfortable with the responses from the Major General. Seeing that we still have, I think, 2 minutes, any other questions that we can accommodate before we break briefly? Both online, Anita, you can assist me, as well as here on the floor. I've spotted one hand over there.
Good morning, everyone. I am Anisa Jacobs. My question stems from what Major General has said, which is rather sad to say that the stats of fraud are high, but the efforts that are being put and measures to ensure that fraud is busted are not equally equating to the number of cases that are reported. So my question is not directed to you, but rather to this institution to say, what are your stance on that? I'm asking this because I once worked in a municipality, and when it comes to people who can assist with these control measures, with these fraud issues, is the internal audit unit. And from my experience, that unit is not well capacitated in terms of budgets. You would find that other units have directors, like the technical division would have a higher ranking officials, but when it comes to internal audit division, you would find that they are only employed as internal officer, exploitation of interns, programs being overly done. For example, an intern can come 2 years and be renewed. You'd find that over and above that, there will be a senior internal auditor. Lucky if there is a manager, but there isn't really someone who is capacitated to act as a chief audit executive who will be placed at the same level with maybe directors, the principals, the CFOs, or even chief procurement officers, so that they can be able to show that there is capacity in this division that assists to bust these crimes, because most of the issues that are identified with fraud are identified through that division. But so I want to find out from this institution, what is it that they are doing? Do they feel that in their institution they take care of this specific unit or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that question. Major General, I think you can tackle that one.
I don't work here.
Was it for? All right, all right. It was actually directed to the institution.
Thank you very much. I'm going to request the Chief Risk Officer to add more, but I can confirm that at CUT we have the Chief Internal Audit Executive, and that colleague is independent. They hold even the executive of the university accountable, and they report directly to the council committee to make sure that all systems are in place. But they are really, really looking, even in investigations, at times they work with the chief risk officer on some of the internal investigations. At times, even our own internal processes, even just, I think at the beginning of this year, there was a query, for instance, about excellence awards. And one might take it very light, excellence awards in the research area. And the whole criteria had to be reviewed and come with other systems to follow up to ensure that the process is fair and integrated into what our academics needed to do. But I think Mr. Motudi can add more, because the work they do together, it's actually exceptional, because we want CUT to be among the best.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Choi's captured it quite well. In terms of capacity, when you look at assurance providers in any organization, I think you'd be aware that we are not as capacitated as other functions. However, at CUT, the portfolio of internal audit, as Dr. Choice has spoken to, is taken quite seriously. I think when it comes to specifically fraud as well, we have the benefit of combined assurance, where the Chief Risk Officer's office and the investigation unit works well with our other partners to make sure that we capture and address fraud risk just from the beginning when there's those risk assessments, but as well as make sure that there's coverage over that with the relevant investigations, and if need be, support each other where necessary. I think in terms of just overall exploitation of interns, I think we take an approach of giving interns an opportunity to grow in our organization as far as possible. I think we have one of the premier qualifications in internal audit at CUT, and a lot of the internal auditors we have in the region are alumni of CUT. So that's always part of our development imperative there. And the portfolio, I think, most recently has been even allocated more positions so that they can cover more areas within their scope. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Chase and Mr. Mutudi, for responding to that question. I think, Major General, I think we still have a few minutes before break. I see now I just received 2 questions from online. If we can quickly tackle those 2 before we break for networking. Thank you for the inspiring presentation, Major General. My question is, how does the DPCI engage with communities and civil society organizations to build trust and gather intelligence on priority crimes? That's the first question. Secondly, well said, General, do you train members to provide aggravating circumstances in fraud and corruption matters? If not, don't you think it might help with the frustration regarding suspended sentences? Those are the only. Do you train members to provide aggravating circumstances in fraud and corruption matters? If not, don't you think it might help you with the frustration regarding suspended sentences? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take it backwards with the issue of training. I think when a matter has been ventilated in court and you look at the penalty sanction in relation to the law, and you see that the magistrate or the judge has given the relevant penalty sanction, let's say 15 years, that's sufficient. And remember, they'll be saying 15 years for count 1, count 3, he's having this, all cumulative, they get to a longer jail term. And that have shown that the investigating officers has argued very well, and the prosecutor presenting that. The presiding officer will look at it in a different way, to be saying, looking at all these circumstances, therefore this is the years that I have given, the 15, the 7, the 5, but they will be suspended for a certain period of time. In most of the time, we take judgments back when we feel the years given relating to the penalty or the years given relating to the offense committed are really not, aligned. We most of the time engage NPA to look into, can we really look into the issue of the suspended sentence? But sadly to say, colleagues, is the fact that you get the same reasons that our prisons are full. There is measures that can be put in place. There could be issues of house arrest. There could be of correctional supervision. And it's just a sad thing that fraudsters are not seen as hardcore criminals. We believe criminal is meant for those that hold a barrel to your head and kill you. Hence, I said, it's unfortunate that when we look at statistics, we don't look at the impact that fraud brings into the economy. Because that guy who commits a cash in transit, he's also a hardcore criminal. But a person who steals millions is equally a hardcore criminal. Because if you really embezzle 259 million in the country that literally is bleeding, the impact is dire. But it's just unfortunate that the judiciary look at it in the sense that rehabilitation processes, probably in the correctional services, are not sufficient enough for the white-collar criminals. They are right for those that are hardcore criminals or are really dealing with violent crime. And if we have to talk about the DP's engagement, in totality from National, we signed multiple MOUs with various entities. We have one with the ACFE, we have one with University of Northwest, but locally we have a lot of community awareness programs where we actually tell the community who we are, where to find us, how they can report. Unfortunately, when you look into the SAPS Free State, SAPS website, my telephone number is there for any complaint. So it is that platform that even at my level, I literally take all the complaint and assess and decide where it should go to and make follow-ups. So you become that open to the community on how they can reach you, because there are other things that are really frustrating. When I go out into our various offices, because we are based in Bethlehem and Velcom, then there are times when I engage my complainants to be saying, come to the office, let's evaluate if what you have reported to us, you are really getting joy out of that, because it becomes disheartening when people within government, within municipalities, report fraud and corruption, and there's no one literally doing much in that. We have our stumbling blocks in dealing with our clients in the municipalities and the government department who are engaged in fraudulent activities, but we have the law that support us to be able to can look for whatever that we want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Major General. I guess we are now due for a short break, 10:30, and we'll be back by 10 minutes before 11. So we are taking a break, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues online. Please do visit our stalls right at the back and interact with our colleagues during the break, and then we convene again at 10 to 11. Thank you.
Do encourage people don't think they're the most important people, and they are. Tea, water, with this break.
We just bring. Sure.
No coffee, no tea, no water. Is this our event or selfish? No. Is it our event or selfish? Is it ours or is it theirs? It's theirs.
But yeah.
Gentlemen, I
See,
just wanted
did I mislead the house?
No, I thought it's only if
I was looking at him there and there. Okay, maybe they must come speak on this matter.
no, Mara, nice event. Yeah. In fact, it's very big, and I see more people are still on the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, no.
Apparently it's not ours. I was just asking, madam, I thought we were just facilitating.
Yeah, just only.
Now
yeah,
it's
and then this one.
But you are correct.
Yeah, because now it's as if Central Region was having an event here. If it happened like this, would you know it's for Central Region? You think it's CTM.
Yeah.
So this is what's happening here. It looks like it's ours.
Even the other time in June, I thought it's only CUT. The next thing I see people.
You see your friends.
Yeah,
It's
look.
actually their event.
Oh, yeah.
They brought it here and they hosted it.
I wanted the VC to be there when they asked that question, so I saw she left.
Ah, that. I was like, "Ish." So Dr. Tracy Kamaragara, I must mention our capacity. Capacity.
Yeah.
Our contact person from
Their side,
it's Anita. But here,
yeah.
Okay. No,
Chef, chef. Hey,
it's
what? Hey. camera doen eindes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I think it's now time to start. We are even late with 5 minutes. Let's quickly settle down so that we can start again with our program. If we could please settle down, it's now time to start. Please, colleagues who are sitting up there, if you could please come. There's still more seats which are open on the floor. If you don't mind, please, if you can just join us, I believe you'll sit comfortably here as well. And again, looking at the time, because I thought we'll be here by 10 minutes before 11, it looks like we came back 5 minutes late. So I have a proposal in terms of how we're going to approach our program now, particularly regarding the questions and answers. I suggest that we tackle the questions once all the speakers or presenters have finished with their presentations, then accommodate all the questions, then allow the relevant speakers to address those questions. Just to try and save time, that is my humble plea with you, colleagues here and those joining us online. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to move on to our next speaker, Dr. Anisa Storm, Senior Lecturer at the School of Accounting Sciences at Northwest University, and a respected researcher in the forensic accounting and fraud risk space. Dr. Storm, please welcome, the floor is yours. Please assist me to welcome Dr. Storm.
Like an unsung melody, the truth is waiting there for you to find it. It's not a blight but a remedy, a clear reminder of how it began. Deep inside your memory, you turned away as you struggled to find it. You heard a call as you walked away, a voice of calm from within the silence, and for what seemed an eternity, you waited hoping it would call out again. In the shadow beckoning, then your fears seem to keep you blinded, and you're gone as you walked away. When you think of this forsaken, listen to me now. You need never feel broken again. Sometimes darkness can show you the light. In unforgivable tragedy, the answer isn't where you think you'd find it. Prepare yourself for a reckoning, for when your world seems to crumble again. Don't be afraid, don't turn away. You're the one who can redefine it. Don't let hope become a memory. Let the shadow permeate your mind and reveal the thoughts that were tucked away, so that the door can be opened again. Within your darkest memories lies the answer if you dare to find it. Don't let hope become a memory. When you think of this forsaken, listen to me now. You need never feel broken again. Sometimes darkness can show you the light. Sick on ding, weak on ding, don't let another samba pariah consume your soul. You need strengthening, toughening. It takes a minute off to rekindle the fire.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, faculty members, and most importantly, I think the students that is with us today. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about an issue that affects not only our academic institutions, but also the social and the economic future of South Africa. Now, today I want to address a topic that many of us think we understand, and until it hits close at home. So a topic that hides in plain sight, that's disguised in everyday conveniences, temptation, shortcuts, and digital interactions. And that topic is fraud, something that I am very, very passionate about, advocating it and seeking new ways to prevent or to deter the actions of fraud. Now, fraud is not just the work of sophisticated criminal syndicates or distant scam artists. It is something that increasingly reaches our lecture halls, our online spaces, our residences, our bank accounts, and our relationships. Sadly, university students, the young people who are navigating independence, financial pressure, and digital exposure are among the most targeted and the most affected. This conversation is not about fear today. It is about awareness, empowerment, and action. It is about equipping you with knowledge, because knowledge at the end is your strongest defense against fraud. Now, before we get to being scammed, and how to regulate through the digital jungle, I first want to start off by talking about fraud as a societal disease we today and for the past few years have seen it actually is. Now, fraud is widely considered a societal disease or an epidemic due to its pervasive nature, its devastating financial and non-financial consequences, and its ability to erode the fundamental trust and ethical standards that underpin a functioning society. Its impact extends far beyond individual financial losses, affecting economic development, public health, and social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look today at news articles, just listening to friends or the person standing in front of you in the queue at the grocery store, we hear nightmares of stories of scams and the people that were involved in them or that fell victim to them. Now, talking about it as a societal disease, what fraud, or why is fraud considered to be a societal disease? Now, first of all, similar to a disease, fraud infiltrates various sectors and spreads, often with criminals staying ahead of detection systems. I think that's one of the most important points when we look at fighting fraud or deterring it. It's the fact that the criminals are always one ahead. We are more proactive than we are reactive to fraud. And I'm talking about fraud, but if you look at it from a financial economic crime point of view, then we can actually say that all of the economic crimes that we see today can fall under the same flame. So the rise of online and cyber-enabled fraud in particular has accelerated its global reach. When we look at the devastating impact on the victims that it has, the harm caused by fraud is not just financial. Sometimes we think, listen, but that guy just lost money. Not just financial. It has a far, far-reaching effect. Victims can suffer severe psychological and emotional distress, including stress, anger, a loss of self-esteem, and even suicidal ideation. That's tragic. You don't just lose your money, sometimes they lose their lives. They take their own lives. The harm is relative to the victim's situation. A small loss for a wealthy person can be catastrophic for somebody with a limited income. If you look at the erosion of trust, fraud leads to a general distrust in essential societal institutions, such as the police, the judiciary, the healthcare systems, and the financial markets. This breakdown in trust undermines social and economic systems and public confidence in representatives and services. How many of us has in the past said, listen, I'm not going to report this crime, the police won't do anything about it, or the police can't do anything about it? There's also some horror stories that I've heard. People just don't trust the system anymore because of this. This breakdown in trust, yeah, as I already said, in trust undermines social and economic systems. And when I want to go back to that suicidal ideation, some of you might recall the Creon Ponzi scheme quite a few years ago in Vanderbijl Park, where Marieke Prinsloo had that scheme, and after the news break and the people realized that they're not going to receive their money, we had elderly people committing suicide because they don't want to be a burden to their children. They don't want to be a burden to society. Some didn't even have somebody to fall back on. So what did they do? They trusted somebody with their life savings. They lost it, and they took their life. The economic consequences thereof. Now, fraud causes immense economic loss, potentially exceeding a country's gross domestic product in some estimates. It can hinder a nation's development. It can create obstacles to investment and place a burden on government social programs. I think something that South Africa is quite used to seeing, quite used to hearing. And like General said, this country is already bleeding. So, yeah, it just still remains a tragedy. Difficulty in detection and treatment. Like a complex disease, fraud is often difficult to detect. It's underreported and it's hard to prosecute effectively. The complexity of modern fraud schemes, sometimes involving sophisticated criminal networks and technology like AI, presents ongoing challenges for law enforcement and regulatory bodies. I think there is place for AI in our society, but we have to have the integrity to know how to use it. And already we as academics can tell you a lot of stories, hair-raising stories about AI and how students use it to cheat. So what are we going to do about it? I think, yeah, that question has been debated quite a lot. Vulnerability exploitation. Fraudsters often exploit the vulnerabilities of individuals, such as older adults with cognitive decline or socially isolated persons, and now more and more university students. They also exploit systemic weaknesses, such as a lack of accountability or weak internal controls. Places where we can start to fight back, to push back against this pandemic. So, addressing this disease. Combating fraud requires a multifaceted approach. It's not just, okay, listen, this is the judicial persons that needs to look at the legislation, they are the ones, the police have to. It doesn't begin and stop with them. It's each of us, we have a responsibility towards detecting fraud, towards warning people, advocating, create awareness. It's, yeah, like I said, I'm very passionate about it, so, and I'm from the Kalahari as well. The English is like airtime. It begins to buffer and then suddenly it just disappears. So, and as you can see, the more passionate I get about this, the more the airtime starts to buffer. But let's get back to addressing this disease. So improved education and awareness. Definitely, enhancing public awareness and financial literacy can help individuals take necessary preventative measures. How do you know how to fight the enemy if you don't know who the enemy is or how the enemy works? And this is where the police, whether it is the Hawks, SAICA, SAIPA, the ACFE, they can also, and they do, contribute to this public awareness. We can strengthen law enforcement and regulation, capacitating law enforcement agencies and implementing strong regulatory frameworks such as improved corporate governance standards are crucial for investigation and prosecution. And I know we know this. It's theory, but what happens when the tacky hits the tar? How are we then going to deal with it in a practical application? Technological solutions, like we have AI and having those horror stories about how it's used to cheat. How can we utilize technology for detection and prevention? Such as e-procurement in public sectors. We can help improve transparency and accountability by utilizing our technology more effectively and in an ethical manner. Ethical culture. Fostering a strong ethical culture in public and private institutions is essential to deter potential fraudsters and encourage responsible behavior. What are we doing in our workplace to make sure that we actually encourage an ethical culture? Do we just send them to an ethical workshop and hope that when they get back, they will have integrity? Do we treat them with integrity? How does our ethical example looks like that we project onto the people around us? Sorry. Now, that was just broadly speaking about fraud as a societal disease. When we look at fraud, I found it that a lot of people sometimes confuse fraud and corruption or think that it is exactly the same thing. And although fraud falls within the ambit of corruption, we can start by actually explaining to people, but it's not exactly the same thing. And Major also touched on that. Fraud is the intentional deception that's used to secure an unlawful or an unfair gain or to deprive a victim of a legal right. It involves a deliberate perversion of the truth and often carries severe legal consequences, including fines and imprisonment. So, intention, the unlawful or unfair gain, and the deprivation of a victim of a legal right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is really just not just faceless crime, not just something that we can brush off and say it'll sort itself out, or the police will sort itself out. Let's look at what some of the scams entails. Identity fraud, financial scams, online impersonation, cyber fraud, contract cheating, and academic fraud. Now that is one that I can tell you is also an increase under students. We have expelled, suspended students for academic fraud, that you won't believe how much. And for simple, stupid things, people who had a bright future, that made the choice, they intentionally decided to defraud the university. Sad, but true. Fake job offers, loan fraud, pyramid schemes and Ponzi scams, phishing and social engineering, NSFAS-related scams, something that CUT, the NWU, we can all talk about it for hours. Accommodation fraud. Now, most of these you can actually relate to. Maybe some of you has already fallen victim to something like this. But it is especially seen under university students that it's on the rise. So, why are students targeted? First of all, students are highly vulnerable for fraud for several reasons. First of all, is the financial pressure that the cost of living, which is rising, puts on these poor students. Not all of them have the benefit of a rich parent that can pay for them. Some of them has to work, some of them are on bursaries. But the cost of living Crazy. Many students rely on NSFAS bursaries or part-time work when someone offers a quick money, free money, or the chance to multiply your funds. It's tempting, especially when survival is at stake. Digital exposure or digital immersion. Students spend a large portion of their day online, on WhatsApp, on social media, online banking apps, and university portals. We started joking to say that most of the babies born these days are born with a tablet or a phone in their hand because they just know how to use it, and that's where they spend most of their time. Fraudsters know this. They know this, and they create scams designated to appear legitimate, relatable, and urgent. Limited financial and cybersecurity literacy is also something that we struggle with these days. I mean, not only the university students, but some of us as well. So students are navigating their financial independence for the first time. Many have little experience with banking, contracts, digital safety, or recognizing red flags. They weren't taught to do that, so how will they know? Academic pressures. The pressure to perform, to pass, and to graduate can push students toward contract cheating. Paying someone to write assignments, to do projects, or to sit exams. Cheating in the exams. This is fraud too, and it destroys academic careers. Students that has been studying for 4 years that made the wrong decision, but with intent, and those 4 years are thrown into the water. They're gone, they're expelled, they can't study any further. It's sad. Trusting social networks or peer influence. Students often rely on friends or roommates or classmates for advice, but scammers know how to infiltrate these spaces. So especially through hacked accounts or impersonation. You receive a Facebook friend request from a buddy of yours that you actually have been friends on Facebook previously, but now suddenly he sends a request again, and maybe his account got hacked. You know, we rationalize, and then that's how they get in. Just one example, but that's how they get in, and that's how they take over. Fraudsters understand the vulnerabilities, and they exploit them ruthlessly. I'm not going to get into the psychology of fraudsters today, which it's actually a very interesting topic, but people, you have to understand that you are working with people that they don't put a barrel to your head, but they don't care if you don't have any funds left by tomorrow to live, if you have a sick child, if you have children, if the student needs to complete their studies. They don't care. As long as they can get into your bank or into your purse, they will do that. Let's look at some common types of fraud that is affecting South African students today. And this is actually the heart of today's message. Going deeper and unpacking the scams that are most prevalent. So we have the NSFAS and the financial aid fraud. Many students have been targeted by fake NSFAS update links, scammers offering fast NSFAS approval. Sounds legitimate. It's urgent. Fraudulent calls claiming NSFAS cards are blocked. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do now? I have to do something. And here comes the message. Phishing emails requesting personal details. Now, what are the catch? They ask for a release fee, an admin fee, or a verification fee. Some students even lose their entire allowances to criminals within minutes because they pay those fees and then you get blocked and those people are gone with your money. Others unknowingly give consent to third-party debit orders that drain their funds every single month. Accommodation fraud. Scammers create fake listings on Facebook, Gumtree, or WhatsApp platforms or groups. Students pay deposits for rooms that do not exist or arrive to find someone else living in that space. Now, accommodation fraud is very common at the start of each academic year when accommodation is scarce and the pressure is high. Online banking cards and card fraud. This includes SIM swaps, phishing texts, fake banking apps, fraudulent e-commerce websites, scam investment opportunities, WhatsApp money doubling schemes, stolen card details from public Wi-Fi. Many students lose their entire savings because they clicked one link or gave one piece of information that looked legitimate. Social media impersonation. Now, I've seen a lot of this on Facebook and on Instagram. I don't know if you can recall that specific, let's call it what it is, scam, that used Steve Hofmeyer's face. He's not the only one. I mean, there is a lot that you can see where you invest in foreign exchange, and then you can make money just like this. The moment when it sounds too good to be true, it usually is. So yeah, social media impersonation that I'm talking about. Now, fraudsters hack a friend's account and he sent messages like, I have a business opportunity. Please buy electricity for me, I'll pay you back. I'm selling my laptop. Are you interested? And because the message comes from someone you trust, you believe it. And you do it. Fake job offers. Scammers post jobs that require training fees. Internships that ask for payment. Part-time remote work with upfront fees. Students desperate for experience falls victim. I think if a job asks you to pay, it's not a job, ladies and gentlemen, it's a scam. We will ask you to, we're looking for somebody, but you have to pay before we take you, is what it boils down to. Academic fraud. Yes, this is a very sensitive thing with me being in the academic and sometimes seeing how students just throw their future away for nothing. But academic fraud, it includes paying for assignments, buying exam papers, fake tutoring services, ghostwriting, plagiarism, mills. These schemes erode academic integrity and can lead to expulsion, loss of funding, and criminal charges. It's putting you and your degree and your future at risk, but they don't think like that. They weren't given the knowledge. They weren't guided. There were no awareness created for them. So they do this, not thinking about the long-term consequences that it can have for them. Something one of my colleagues once said is students nowadays doesn't worry about whether it is wrong or not. They worry about whether they get caught or not. Yeah, hard one, that one. But does it sound familiar? Pyramid schemes, they are disguised as student stokvels, crypto investment clubs, hey, Bitcoin, MTI, forex trading groups, blesser or blessee schemes, social media money circles. Students, not only students, loses thousands to these illegitimate models. Tech device scams, they sell stolen, broken, or fake devices, often asking to meet them in malls, public places, taxi ranks. Mental health and relationship scams. And this is also a very sad one. A growing number of scams exploit emotional vulnerability. Romance scams, emotional blackmail, sextortion, fake counseling services. These scams leave students scarred, ashamed, and isolated. And you can see the effect that it has on their academic health as well. Now let's look at the impact of fraud on students. Now, fraud does not only steal money, its effects are far deeper and more destructive than some of us sometimes realize. First of all, the financial devastation that it creates. Some students lose tuition money, NSFAS allowances, rent money, laptop funds, grocery budgets. One scam can destabilize an entire semester, not just for one student. Academic disruption, fraud leads to missed classes, stress and anxiety, inability to focus, the loss of devices or student materials, academic misconduct cases. A single incident can derail academic progress for the duration of their studies. Mental health impact. Victims often experience shame, depression, constant fear, social withdrawal, loss of trust, trauma. Students rarely report fraud because they fear judgment, and then so many of them suffer silently. Damage to future opportunities. Academic fraud can lead to expulsion, suspensions, loss of degree of credibility, the inability to graduate, problem securing employment. Remember, employers at the end of the day value integrity. A scar in your academic record can follow you for life. Your credibility is as valuable as your education, if not more. We had the cases where some of the employers did not want to take students who graduated during the COVID epidemic because they felt that the degree or the qualification is not worth that much, because we know how it went during COVID, how much cheating, working together on a test that was supposed to be written only one-on-one. It's crazy. Strain on families. Many students come from households where resources are stretched so thin. So when fraud happens, it affects the parents, it affects the siblings, extended family members that's involved with this person's studies. Some students even drop out because the financial loss is just too great, they can't recover from it. So our next Minister of Finances is now struggling because somebody out there thought it would be a good thing to defraud that poor soul. Let's look a bit at real student scenarios. Scenario 1, the fake residence. A student pays 3,000 rand for a room that she saw on Facebook. She arrives in the city with her luggage, only to find the building is not even a residence. Now, this poor soul starts with crisis, not lectures. I mean, just imagine. Scenario 2, the phishing link. A student receives an email claiming to be from his university's IT department. How credible is that? It's legitimate. So he clicks on the link and he enters his login details, but within minutes, his banking app is compromised and 7,000 rand disappears. His entire semester savings is gone. Scenario 3, the contract cheating trap. A student struggling with coursework pays someone to write an assignment. The scammer copies from the internet and the student is charged with plagiarism and loses a scholarship. The forex investment. A roommate convinces students to join a forex WhatsApp group promising huge returns. What happens? Everybody deposits money, the mentor disappears, friendships break, money is lost, and trust is destroyed. The romance scam. A lonely student is manipulated by someone online. Now they share private photos. Later, the scammer threatens to release them unless they pay 1,500 rand. Ladies and gentlemen, these things happen. I've seen it. Might sound like case studies and academic theoretical principles or stuff, but it's not. It happens to our students. It happens to our learners in school. So these are not isolated cases. They are widespread realities. So how can you protect yourself? Not only students, but those of us that have seen these things as well. Now we can shift from fear to empowerment, because developing the skills to stay safe through critical thinking, digital literacy, and awareness will create the tools to fight back, to push back. Knowledge is power, but only when we use it, if we use it. So protect your personal information. Never share passwords, PINs, OTPs, NSFAS login details, university login details, ID copies, unless it's really necessary. Fraudsters thrive on small bits of information. They won't target you on once and then demand every bit of information they need. They can look at your social media. They can look at your digital footprint. These people are very, very smart. Verify before you pay. So if it looks too good to be true, it usually is, like I've mentioned previously. So verify, is that accommodation that has been advertised? Where is it? Do a Google search, look for the address. That job offers, does the company actually exist? Call them, ask them. I've seen this advert for a job online, and I was wondering, are you hiring? I just want to inquire and make sure. Investment schemes. Here I can only say if it's too good to be true, it usually is. Online purchases. Questions like, is this realistic? And I think most importantly, why are they rushing me? Why do they want me to do it quickly? Why are they pushing me into a corner to do this? Why do they want money up front? If it is for a job offer, why? Secure your digital life. Using strong passwords is a must. Today it's not just an option, it's a must. Enable two-factor authentication. That's a lovely thing because the first time they try to hack, you are warned and then you can immediately look into that and change if necessary. Avoid public Wi-Fi for banking. Don't use public Wi-Fi, I feel sometimes, point blank. Keep your devices updated, especially the security on those devices. Use official apps only. And then sign out of shared computers always. Recognize red flags. Fraudsters create urgency. They offer unrealistic returns. They use informal communication. They avoid face-to-face meetings most of the times. Ask for upfront fees. Trust your intuition. Okay? If it feels wrong, just step back. Protect your academic integrity. Do not fall for the we will write your essays, we will write your assignments, we will write the exams for you. These are traps. Not only does your degree lose value, but ladies and gentlemen, can you really stand in front of a lot of people and say, you know what, I've earned my degree through hard work. If you know you've paid somebody once or twice or 10 or 20 times to write something for you. I don't think I can be proud to say that if that was the case for me. So protect your academic integrity as far as you can. Report fraud. Report it to campus security, record it to university IT, report it to your bank, to the police. Silence is protecting the scammer, not the victim. You remaining silent is their biggest win that they can possibly have. Now, it's not only a student thing, it's a campus thing. So what can universities do to help protect the students, to help protect themselves? So universities can improve cybersecurity. They can offer fraud awareness training. I mean, today's is an excellent example. They can create dedicated reporting channels. They can provide emergency financial support. They can strengthen academic integrity systems, protect vulnerable students, partner with banks and telecom providers. Institutions and students must work together. What can the government and the industry do to help assist students, to help assist people, to help assist universities? They can definitely strengthen cybercrime laws, although a study into our legislation showed that it is on par. The problem is the enforcement thereof. Increase the regulation of online transaction. They can monitor fraudulent apps or ads. They can create safer ID verification systems, partner with universities or awareness campaigns. They can provide support for victims. Fraud prevention must be a national priority. And I think at this stage it is, but also maybe not enough. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, fraud is not just a small inconvenience. Fraud it's rife and it's threatening so much. It's threatening education, it's threatening the future, mental health, finances, families, South Africa's development. But knowledge is power, and awareness is protection. Unity is strength. You have the power to resist fraud, to report it, to educate your friends, to guard your identity, your finances, your academic integrity, and your future. You can advocate. You have the knowledge. You have the power to make a difference. We have the power to make a difference. So I want to leave you here today with one message. Your future is worth protecting. It's worth protecting. Don't let fraud steal it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I can just maybe mention something. I promise you, I am a real academic doctor. I didn't buy my stuff. I've sweated the blood, I've cried the ocean, so I can promise you, I can give you my title and everything.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for giving us that assurance again. Another round of applause, colleagues, for Dr. Storm. Thank you so much for that insightful presentation and your contribution to the fight against fraud. Ladies and gentlemen, we have learned from the last two presentations that fraud is not just a disease, like Doc indicated. It's actually a fight declared against that. So now, as the food soldiers, I think it is our responsibility now to go back and fight fraud with everything that we have. I think that's another takeaway which we can actually take from these two presentations from Major General as well as Dr. Storm. So with that, I'm now going to move on to our next speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jaco, Jager, CEO of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Mr. Jager is a prominent voice in the fight against fraud and a key partner, colleagues, to institutions like ours. So please help me welcome Mr. Jager.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. It's a huge privilege, especially with what is about to follow my presentation. I want to thank you for attending, and I want to thank CUT for making this venue available to us for this very important day. And also thank you very much for my co-speakers. Following you is big shoes to follow. So you started with a song. I thought we're going to dance. So when we talk about fraud, and I'll share the presentation afterwards with all of you. When we talk about fraud, it's much more than just a concept. It's more about what is happening daily. There is not one newspaper that we open that we do not find the headlines talking about some type of scam that's been perpetrated, losses that's been incurred. The two previous speakers was sensitive about talking about the impact, just sensitizing us of what is truly happening out there. And they're quite right. Today is not about doom and gloom. It's actually talking about the possibilities that's available to us to protect ourselves. And for that reason, we celebrate Fraud Awareness Week, where we educate one another. We learn from you and you learn from us about what is right and what is wrong. What types of scams is out there? How do we protect ourselves and our companies and our children, for that matter? We talk about how do we report fraud. And we also talk about how do we participate as ethical and morally correct people, ensuring that we do the right thing. This started off 25 years ago by the ACFE, ACFE International, as a national event. And the idea was to start educating one another and getting the caseload of the police to drop with everything happening. At that stage, we were still talking about ATM scams, and we were talking about your normal postal scams where you buy a product that promises you that you will get thin quickly, and when you order it online, you either get a mirror that you put on to your wall and it says step 5, 6, 7 steps back until you become smaller or thinner. Those were the type of things that we've dealt with in the past. But nowadays, it's much more complex than just that. It's no longer sending a testament or will to a forensic document examiner to see whether there's been manipulation of handwriting. It still occurs, yes. But now we need to deal with things like AI, technology, Anisa spoke about. And that's why we need to talk about it in order to ensure that we protect ourselves. The ACFE, just a little bit of background, we're an international organization. We're more than 197 countries, got 97,000 members, and with us you also need to write an exam in order to become a CFE, Certified Fraud Examiner, which is formally recognized as a profession on our occupational framework, as well as recognized as a technical and critical needed skill set. The ACFE South Africa, which I'm proud to steer, together with my staff, regional committees, like the one that I'll introduce a little bit later, and my board and volunteers, we've got one single passion. She spoke about passion. And that's to reduce the incidence of fraud, white-collar crime, in South Africa and Africa. We're the largest chapter in the world. We're the most active chapter in the world, something that I'm very proud of. We set standards locally and internationally. We sit on the SABS Standards Committee that looks at ISO standards. The Chief Risk Officer spoke about COSO. The Major spoke about COSO. Together with COSO, we released the Fraud Risk Management Guideline as the ACFE. We released papers with ISACA, SAS, the IAA, and various other organizations providing with benchmark reports. And if you take one thing back that I've said here today, is that you can go to fraudweek.com and can go and download free of charge various articles and tools to help you fight fraud and protect yourself. So Anisa spoke about investment scams and things like that. It's all online available for you to better protect yourself. Why do we do this? Because the number one way of fighting fraud and fraudsters is through awareness. It's through talking to one another and also talking to our children. It's extremely important that we do that. We need to show our children the right way of behavior. That's why we also work closely with Scotland and PwC, where we released a game board that's called the Ethics Game. to show them what is right and what is wrong. Because we've seen in the past, and I'm from that area, where when I grew up, there was an ostrich. And that ostrich told children, don't throw your dust, your rubbish just on the streets, throw it into the bin. So Zibi told every one of us, do the right thing. Pick up papers, throw it into the bin. And we told our parents, don't throw it out of the window, throw it in the bin. And we hope that children will teach us also to act ethically, not to pay that bribe to a traffic cop, etc. But it's also very important within companies to talk about fraud. And we've seen a huge increase in this happening. A 63% increase in employee education, and a 62% increase in managers and executives education. Why do we do this? Because companies have started to see a huge change in their turnover as well. Later on, I will tell you that the average organization loses 5% of its gross revenue due to fraud. Now, think quickly how much money flows through your organization. And what does that equate to? Now, I've listened to the majors, generals' figures, and it's shocking, the number of cases being reported. But I don't think if we look at the monetary value, it gives a correct indicator of what is the amount that we lose annually. Well, it relates to the cases that's reported, and we'll later on look at that. But organizations have seen that if there's education within their organization, their losses drop with as much as 50%. So companies that don't educate their staff, you can see their losses is twice as much as that of companies that do provide education. Another statistics for you is that 64% of all fraud is being perpetrated with the assistance or by someone internally. Do you hear that? That number, 64%. That's almost 2/3 of frauds being perpetrated by someone internally. And when we look at IT-related fraud schemes, it's as much as 91%. So when we look at these hackings and all these other things taking place, and if I must throw names, there was some name throwing given here. Look at the banks where their IT systems were compromised. Information was sold. And in the majority of those cases, it was internally by IT department or personnel. So, it's all about awareness, talking about fraud, driving initiatives like working together with universities and streamlining their curriculum to ensure that the students and us, and I listened to your one question about the municipalities, the students and us can better protect ourselves. Because when we do work in a specific environment, we are held accountable according to the job spec set out for that position. So if you are CRO, and then you're held accountable according to those standards. CFO, according to those standards. CFE, according to my standards. CIA, according to internal audit standards. So we need to be able to better protect ourselves. Better protect ourselves against all the scams and things out there. And it's not me saying this. This is actually court cases. I can show you plenty of court cases where the judges actually said that, listen, you were sitting in that position and there was a responsibility of you as an external auditor or internal auditor to identify fraud to highlight irregularities, to indicate that there's, for instance, a company that's going to be liquidated, and you never informed the public or the shareholders about this. Understanding fraud is not that difficult. We've got all this information available to us. The banks on a regular basis inform us of what is phishing, vishing, smishing, and all the others. So, do we ignore this when we go onto the online banking platform? Or don't we? And what roles do we play in this? Are we only the victims? Why are we victims? It's because of our ignorance, isn't it? So, Anisa spoke quickly about some of the scams. I'm not going to go in detail into this, but seeing that it's Fraud Awareness Week, I'll quickly run you through this. Phishing email, she spoke about that. As receiving an email, clicking on a link that you shouldn't have clicked on. Or releasing information that you're not supposed to. Vishing phone. Someone phoning you and saying, listen, your account has been hacked, or someone has cloned your cell phone. Please provide me with an OTP. We want to make sure it's you that we are talking to. Banks never ask OTPs, by the way. Smishing, SMS, SARS, for those who are registered. Sending you an SMS saying that they want to pay you. You qualify for a payment. Please provide us with your banking information so that we can pay the necessary funds into your account. SARS will never do that. They've already got your information. That's how they audit you. Farming, Anisa spoke about that as well. It's creating fake websites, bank accounts, getting you to not log into the true net bank account, but it being redirected into their website, and then you working with them. This is an example of them even using ACFE as a way, as a go-to method of obtaining information illegally. They know that each and every year we've got a conference, and the same happens to other professional bodies like the IAA, OMSA, and the rest. They will send out emails to various role players and say, listen, do you want to have access to the ACFE's database? Pay us an amount and we'll share with you all the attendees to the conference or their membership details that's on their websites. I've regularly get information from my staff to say that they get emails to say, I instructed them to require them to make payment. Just in the previous slide, just look at all these mistakes. These are giveaways. Even if they try to use AI to write the documentation on their behalf, there's clear giveaways. So if you're a fraudster, we'll catch you. Don't do it. Other scams nowadays, those who are driving keyless cars, those that don't need to put in the car key to open up and to start the car, be sensitive about this. They can actually stand next to you with a scanner, get the other person with the other scanner standing next to your car that you just walked away from, open it up, start it, and drive away. There's various ways in protecting yourself. Usually the car manufacturers tell you this as well. Bluetooth, wire risk, Anisa spoke about that. Make sure that your home Wi-Fi is secured, and if you go to any other company, make sure about their Wi-Fi and their Wi-Fi systems as well. ATM scams still taking place a lot. And then online, we're busy with now, Black Friday is coming up, but we don't have Black Friday anymore, do we? It's now Black November. Spend as much as you can the entire month. Are you aware of all the scams that's online scams? Do you know which portals to use for payment purposes? And then yourselves, how many of you write down your passwords and leave it in your desk, in your diary, on your computer? Or get your computer to remember the passwords for you? Are you aware of all this, the risks that's associated with this? Don't become a victim, because it creates jobs for the Major General and the team. Become a solver. Know the red flags of your colleagues. There's certain legislation that demands from you that you report fraud. I'll talk to that a little bit later. If we look at Enron, for instance, as an international case, and we've got plenty of those cases ourselves, we can throw in Provincial, we can throw in Transnet, we can throw in Eskom, we can throw in Steinhoff, and the list goes on and on and on and on. But let's use a foreign company, Enron. They had 6 directors that committed fraud, blatantly, obviously, to the staff. They never reported it. When they got caught out, 3,000 people lost their jobs. We cannot afford it as a country, and we cannot afford it economically ourselves as well. So be aware of what's the red flags out there, and be aware that by keeping quiet, you're actually creating a risk for yourself to be jobless. And whether you're working for government or the private sector, the same rules apply. Know that if you earn the same salary as the guy next to you, and he's driving a Porsche and a Maserati, and what's the latest? Land Rovers, Lamborghini, yeah, it was on the pictures. Yeah, you have your own yacht, or that person's got it and you not, you're driving an Uno, then there's something wrong. Someone is living beyond his means. There's various ways to detect fraudsters. And we provide you with a couple of guidance rules. And now, I didn't put this slide in to show you the difference between males and females. We're just showing you that it happens. No, we're showing you that know the person that you deal with as well. And know the person that's more likely to commit fraud under certain circumstances. I said that 64% of all fraud is being perpetrated internally. That talks to morals and values. That one question about, that was asked about from a municipality level, how can we better ensure better service delivery, less fraud being perpetrated? Well, as by understanding the playing field, understanding what is fraud and what is not, what is right and what is wrong. CFEs are equipped to do this. The question was asked, why do we not have people in the internal audit division being able to do what is necessary and detect fraud? Well, it's not only their job, is it? If we look at King 1, 2, and 3, it was actually directed to them to say that they have to be the fraud prevention detection investigation team. From King 4 onwards, it was actually stipulated that fraud examiners need to be appointed within organizations, public and private sector. It stands there. So a lot of companies still say we're king compliant. My question to them is, how can you be king compliant if you don't even have fraud examiners within your organization? And they feature everywhere. Fraud examiners feature from normal risk managers, compliance officers, investigators, internal auditors, external auditors, ethics officers, people sitting on the social and ethics committees or board members. They sit everywhere. So why don't you have CFEs? Do you have the necessary policies and procedures in place, and do you have the necessary enforcers to ensure that, that people abide by the policies and procedures? A further question needs to be asked is, do you make sure that people abide by these policies and procedures? Do you have the necessary controls in place to ensure that there's individuals that check the enforcement? Is external audit doing their job? Do they understand the environment that you play within? Internal audit. Are you doing often management reviews as often as you should? Or do we trust one another that the other person is doing the right thing? Trust, unfortunately, is not an excuse by law. The law expects us to do certain things. The labor law, to act in the best interest of the company. How many times don't we just get people down-talking the organization that they work for, that they pull a salary from? How many times don't we see people damage not only the reputation, but the infrastructure of the institution that they work for, that they study at, that needs to carry them? Well, the Company Act quite clearly stipulates certain responsibilities on directors, managers, executives. We also have the PFMA, MFMA, giving guidelines and also regulating the public service sector. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the purpose of it and the financial implications and what is misconduct? If so, why do we see so many cases coming forward with misuse of funds? Yesterday I was in Durban, listened to a speaker from one of the municipalities there, was shocked to find out from her that out of all the municipalities, there was 40 of them, and this is now national, 40 municipalities that got a clean audit. 40. And she ashamedly said that 20 of them sit in the Western Cape. But was proud to say that out of the rest, they were one of them. Should we not have all our municipalities being able to stand up proudly saying that we've got a clean audit? Is that not what we pay for as citizens? Proper service delivery. The Major General spoke about PRECA and the responsibility report. So that responsibility is enforceable by law. Do you know how to report? Through the SAPS, you can actually report, and through your reporting and receiving a case number, when anyone asks about whether you are compliant, you can say, yes, I've done my part. I've got my case number. It's now their responsibility to do the investigations. But in doing so, we know that we've done the right thing. I told you that 64% of all fraud is being perpetrated with assistance or by someone internally. So staff is a big risk. When left unattended, it's like my children. When they're quiet, we know that there's a problem. But tip-offs is extremely important. They're the best way of detecting fraud. And ironically, most of the tips that we receive, valid tips, comes from staff. So staff is aware of what's happening, so they remain our biggest asset. So the question we need to start asking ourselves, do we treat them fairly, just and in accordance to the necessary legislation? Do we protect them? The objective remains to create an environment where accountability is the norm. And we create an environment where we actually ensure a better future for us and our children. If we look at the statistics that the Major General gave, and we look at the information that Anisa gave, you would see newspaper articles confirm in Business Tech and FT News that there was a 46% increase in fraud from 2022 to 2023. I already spoke about what the banking ombudsman said, that there's a 71% increase in fraud just in online banking schemes. If we look at the emerging risk types and what's happening there, Anisa, who deals with our life insurance and pension funds, indicated that they've seen a huge increase in fraud. And then also, shockingly, murder for money and deceased estate fraud rose from 54 cases to 161 cases. This means wife killing husband for money. Husband killing wife for money. Me killing, oh no, let me rather turn it around. This is dangerous, she's got a gun. The Major General killing me and identifying me as her brother for money. This is what's happening. I'm not going to shock you with the figures of how many people get identified wrongly for the purposes of insurance money. But this has got an impact on you and me. So just think of what would happen to you if you die next to the road on your way to a holiday or to a business meeting. Holidays usually we're accompanied by family members, to a business meeting far away in the bundus, and someone else identifies you in a faraway place as someone else. The impact on your family, your children, your friends. Well, this is what's happening. It's important to blow the whistle. It's also important to understand that you need to be able to protect the people internally. And then, if you have a hotline service, and you're supposed to have one, where does it sit? Does it sit with internal audit, the audit committees, the forensic department or the fraud department? Or does it sit with a corrupt individual that everyone knows is corrupt? So that he makes sure that he gets all those tip-offs directly to himself. Sometimes you need to look at the possibilities of outsourcing or insourcing the consultants that's professionally able to do hotline services. If you feel that you are victimized, we've got a very good relationship with Whistleblower House, and so also does all the other professional bodies that is in the governance space. So have a chat with them. I'm proud to see them here today, and find out more information about how they can assist you. I'm coming back to my first slide, ethics and the tone at the top. We need to work together as society and as individuals to fight fraud. The indication was that fraud is actually the money driver behind all your other crimes. Now we're talking about things like drug trafficking, human trafficking. Did you know that we the #1 country in the world at this stage for kidnapping? And it's funded through fraud. So my question to you is, what are you doing about fraud? If you are paying that bribe, are you not contributing to a child being kidnapped, sent off to a God forbidden country for slavery or sex slavery? Don't see yourself as being innocent by just paying a bribe, paying that extra fee to get your electricity switched on quicker, being involved with collusion, corruption. If you're involved in any of those, there's no difference, and she's quite right. There's no difference between you and a murderer. Professionalization drives ethics. Professionalization drives proficiency. Professional conduct sets a benchmark. So we're very proud in working together with institutions like the National School of Government, other professional bodies, and various ministerial offices who have adopted this approach, and now the universities that we're going to support to get into this program as well, to drive this whole thing of putting professionals into the steer of organizations, where they can be held accountable not only according to the professional or your policies and procedures, but also according to professional standards, like we've got. We've got a code of ethics and professional standards. If you don't abide by that, we'll discipline you. We'll take away your designation. We'll highlight you in our international fraud magazine, and you've got the luxury also to appear in our local magazine. But if you appoint a person like that, it gives you the opportunity to demand certain minimum standards from that person. And you can base your reliance on their reports according to those standards. If they don't act according to these standards, you report them. The tone is set from all levels, top, middle, and bottom. Usually when I go to institution and ask who sets the tone, they'll say, no, the CEO. That's nonsense. You've got a right to say yes or no. The tone is set by a leader. And who's a leader? Each and every one of us. CFEs set the tone for the anti-fraud profession, fraud prevention, detection, investigation. You will find them in 90% of the Fortune 500 companies. If you've got CFEs, you'll see that they detect fraud on an estimate 40% faster than non-CFEs. That means they save you money. Where a non-CFE will take anything from 12 to 24 months to detect fraud, CFE is usually anything from 6 months to 18 months. So it's a huge number of months that you save in the detection process. That means quicker, faster, more efficient service. If you want to know how to become a CFE, the Africa Training Academy is there at the back. They'll gladly talk to you about that. If you want to know who to appoint as a CFE, go to our website, acfe.com or acfesa.co.za. I'm listed there. And then you can also confirm that the person is truly a professional. We also provide you on our website a link to the 11 standards that's been compiled by the ACFE. We'll be working with the universities, and we already have signed MOUs with some of the others to help them meet the minimum standards required to specialize in a specific industry, like forensic accountant. Those were compiled by us, other professional bodies like the SAICAS, the SAIPAS, and the rest, universities, as well as international organizations. So next time you want to appoint someone that's truly an expert, have a look at, or state to be an expert, look at whether they meet these requirements. You can also evaluate your own services within your company through a QA process, quality assurance process. We've got the ability to assist you with that. Why do we do this? To ensure, and it goes back to the question about municipalities earlier, to ensure that the institution is able to do what's expected by the public, the shareholders, and all the other interested parties. It helps them further to enhance their credibility, meet the King 4-5 requirements, and also increase the marketability of the institution and the department. We help you to identify gaps, consider practical remedies, make sure that they meet the benchmark, and help them to get on the list of organizations like the Standard Banks, Telcoms, MediHelps, and the rest, who've done this to ensure that they provide the best service out there possible for those that belong to those institutions. If you want to get more information about that, you can, when you get the slide, just click on that and you'll get all the information from that. Awareness does not stop only this week. It's a constant thing that's taking place. Together with the university and other role players, we'll be able to give constantly through the year seminars and workshops to keep educating students and the public on what's right and what's wrong, how to better protect yourself. But you also have the opportunity to attend our conference and interact with experts to learn more about the different types of fraud out there and tools available to prevent fraud from occurring. You can click on the link for the registrations, and I look forward to what is coming up next. I've waited a long time in anticipation for this. So, Chairperson, over to you so that you can take us through the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jager. Thank you very much for your valuable perspective. Around the subject matter of today, thank you so much. And again, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm getting now from Mr. Jager's presentations is that we need to do some introspection. That's one takeaway for me. Because it appears that most of the activities or fraudulent activities that we come across or we get to experience are actually, should I say, aided or assisted internally So hence now I'm flagging the issue of introspection. If we can just take that as one takeaway from everything that he said. Thank you very much again, sir. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on to our next item in the program, which is now the MOU signing, as you have seen it in your programs. A very important milestone, not just for us, but also for the ACFE organization as well, as we today formalize our collaboration. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to invite already on stage, our Executive Director, Dr. Choice, from the Office of the Vice-Chancellor and Principal, and Mr. Jaco from the ACFE, to actually preside over the MOU signing session. Maybe it will assist for me to mention that it's a pre-signed MOU. It's signed already, so now we're just going to exchange the relevant documents and so on. Dr. Choice, I would like to invite you, Mr. Jager. Thank you so much. You can.
Can I also ask the regional committee of the ACFE Free State also just to come forward, please? The regional committee.
Say a few words first, and then Mr. Jager, thank you very much. On behalf of the Central University of Technology Free State, we are very excited for this moment. There has been discussions throughout the year and until this moment. It begins with demonstrating on a daily basis ethical behavior, ethical practices. And I think as a university, we are committed across working with the students. We are excited for the work we will be doing together. But I can assure you that among our academics, we talk about issues of ethical behavior, of fraud at Senate level. So the whole institution is ready for the direction we are taking, because it is very important to contribute to South Africa and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, to CUT for the opportunity of being here. As a professional body, it's much more than just regulating our members. We're here to serve the public, and then also we've got a duty, a responsibility to look after our youth, job opportunities, as well as creating a career path for those that's willing to become fraud fighters. So this gives us the opportunity through this MOU to assist with curriculum development. It gives us the opportunity to create a student chapter and create us the opportunity to work closely with the educators in evolving the whole spectrum that we find ourselves in, whether it's technology, and part of technology, everyone thinks always just AI and the rest. ChatGPT, no. Crypto and everything else that we deal with works in that environment. So we look forward to partnering with you, the university, lecturers and management in driving this ship forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now official, as you can all see. You are witnesses of this milestone, very important milestone. So we are basically making history today. So thank you very much, Dr. Choice. Thank you very much, Mr. Jager, colleagues from the Central Region, our Chief Risk Officer, Dr. Storm, and our representative from the MEC's office. Ladies and gentlemen, I am briefed that the MEC is now with us. I'm then going to perhaps just extend a word of welcome and recognize the MEC. The Honorable MEC of Finance, Economic Development and Tourism, Mr. Ketso Makume, who is with us today, colleagues, to grace this important occasion with his presence. MEC Makume plays a very critical role, ladies and gentlemen, in strengthening financial governance and public accountability within the province of the Free State. Honorable Minister, MEC, we really appreciate your presence once again, and I would like to invite you to the podium to address us. Please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me or help me welcome the MEC. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Program Director, distinguished guests present in this meeting, ladies and gentlemen from different organizations representing the broader community, which is anti-fraud, anti-corruption, and anti-crime in this house. Good afternoon. Today we gather here to explore a topic that is both ancient and modern, both philosophical and practical, both moral and deeply relevant to our institutions. That topic is fraud. How the wisdom of ancient philosophers can guide our efforts to build ethical organizations and societies. As you are aware, that the 7th administration has made 3 commitments, and one of the 3 commitments is to build a good governance which is having its principles, amongst them being ethical principle. At first glance, we may think ancient philosophers never dealt with fraud the way we understand it today. They did not use our modern legal definitions or corporate frameworks. Yet when we look closely, we discover that fraud, dishonesty, deception, corruption, and the abuse of power and trust was central to the moral concerns of the world's earliest thinkers. Today we gather to confront a challenge that threatens not only organizational performances, but also public trust, service delivery, and social contract between the state and its citizens. That challenge is fraud in all its forms, shapes, and evolving sophistication. But we are also here to reaffirm our commitment to good governance, to ethical leadership, and to the creation of institutions that our communities can rely on. As Peter Drucker once said, I quote, "Management is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right things," close quote. Our duty in public service requires that we do both. The fraud awareness is not compliance exercise. It is a governance imperative. It is a must to be done. Fraud affects service delivery. Whether we like it or not, whether we explain it differently, it drains resources. It undermines the growth and erodes the moral fabric of our institution. The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners estimates that organizations lose 5% of their revenue annually to fraud. You can imagine how much we lose in government. The well-known Steve Albert reminds us that, I quote, "Fraud is not an accounting problem, it is a social problem." The problem is that we have tend to define it as an accounting problem, meaning disassociating ourselves from the entire society, and meaning its responsibility becoming only those who are in accounting. But the opposite is true. The fraud is a responsibility of each and everyone in the society, and the society must confront fraud, corruption, and crime. The moral dimension of good governance. The moral dimension of good governance, it means that it is good governance that is built on transparency, accountability, and ethical conduct. These are the practices that both the public representatives and the public servants must practice. As Kofi Annan once stated that, I quote, "The good governance is perhaps the single most important factor in eradicating poverty and promoting development. We will be unable to promote development if we allow fraud to reign our public institutions. In public sector and entities, fraud risks the heightened by pressures, opportunity, and rationalization. The fraud triangle introduced by Donald Gracie tells us that, number one, building a culture of fraud awareness, which is why we are here today, to promote ethical leadership. Leadership is not a position or a title, it is an action that is an example. And strengthening internal controls. Controls do not prevent fraud, people do. So we must work hard to prevent fraud and stay away from fraud. Encouraging whistleblowing. Although it is a challenge today for some to to be involved in whistleblowing because of the risk that are involved. But we continuously encourage our people to do what is right by whistleblowing against the wrong. If each and every one of us can do it, the whole country will be blowing against the few that are involved in fraud, corruption, and crime. The train, educate, and communicate. We really need to ensure that we train and educate our people and communicate the ills that comes with fraud and the good that comes without fraud. Strengthen consequence management. This is one area that we really need to put emphasis on without really ensuring that people who do the wrong things, they know that the law is going to take its own course. Without consequence management, I tell you now, colleagues, that fraud, corruption, and crime, they will reign your institution, they will reign your families, they will reign the society at large. So we really need to do something about teaching people through hard lessons and through the consequence management. Jan Kidongo once retorted that corruption and fraud persist when impunity becomes the norm. And this has been the practice that now of late, impunity has become the norm and we need to resist it and we need to be resilient against it. The red flags of fraud usually comes in this format. Unusual supplier relationships. These are relationships that we must really avoid. The lifestyle changes inconsistently with the income. The missing or altered document. The overriding of controls, the excessive secrecy, and complaints or irregularities. And this has led in most of municipalities and government departments to what we always refer to as the UIFWE, the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, which if you can calculate, particularly in municipalities, the loss, as we talk today, it is being said that it stays at 21 billion. Out of 23 municipalities, it means each and every municipality will have at least enjoy, at the most, 1 billion from the money that is going through fraud processes or through your UIFWE. Now, what is the role of each and every employee? All of us, we must report fraud. All of us, we must stay away from fraud. And all of us, we must front against fraud. The Robert Ligana formula alludes that corruption is equals to monopoly plus discretion minus accountability. People who are involved in corruption, they don't want to account because their accounting will mean that they must report themselves about the wrongs that they've been doing. Corruption can be defeated, I'm telling you, like Goliath was defeated. We need to look at how David looked at Goliath. He looked at a very huge giant, but he had something one in mind, that because the challenge was huge, he decided that it is huge that I can't miss. We really need that spirit of David now to say we can't miss to defeat corruption. Corruption can be defeated only when we fight, and the fight becomes the responsibility of all. It must not be an issue of an individual. We often then treat fraud as a technical issue, something to be managed by some technical people, technical aspects there, and managed by internal controls, audits, compliances, systems, and legal frameworks. These are essential tools, but the ancient philosophers remind us of something deeper. Fraud is not only a technical failure, it is a moral one. So the moral fiber of each and every individual in here and out there must help us to fight fraud. You can tighten procedure, revise policies, enhance oversight, make noise as you wish, but if integrity is not part of the culture, if the moral fiber is not part of the culture, if people are not internally committed to honesty, fraud will find its way through every loophole. And they will even explain it with different terms and give it most expensive concepts. Those who came before us imparted on us that anti-fraud work must rest on the 3 pillars. 1, we need ethical leadership. Leaders must embody the virtues they expect of others. As Concourse said, people follow the example set above. Therefore, leadership or leaders must lead by examples. We must stop giving unlawful instructions to poor public servants as public representatives. The second one, the moral education. Organizations must nurture and mature and master the character, cultivating honesty, fairness, and responsibility, not merely enforcing compliance. The challenge has always been we want to enforce compliance without mastering the education of honesty, fairness, and responsibility. And the last one is the culture of trust and transparency. Fraud thrives in shadows. It thrives in secrets. It thrives where silence is dominant. It withers in the light of openness, accountability, and shared values. The moment we start to share values, the moment we start to share the light of candle, each and every one of us, we will light against fraud and will bring shine to the lives of our people. Fraud destroys trust, and trust is the foundation of society. Every society is built on the basis and values of trust. Fraud, it has become from vice to greed, selfishness, and cowardice. The moment we are afraid to talk the truth to power, the moment we are afraid to say no, the moment we lose the courage to say no to the wrongful instructions, that's when we start to see the fraud thrives. Fraud corrupts leadership. A leader who deceives loses credibility and authority. You give your own authority to someone else because you have allowed yourselves to be a victim of the fraud. And fraud undermines justice. It creates unfairness and inequality because where there's fraud, there's no justice. Fraud is selfless, destructive. It harms the character and dignity of the perpetrator. In closing, Program Director, fraud is as old as civilization itself. But so is the wisdom needed to fight it. Hitherto, all existing philosophers and other scholars have reminded us that ethics is not an abstract theory. It is a practical necessity for a stable, prosperous, and just society. Their voices echo across the centuries, telling us that we need to build trust, value integrity, cultivate virtue, lead by example, and remember that the fight against fraud is ultimately a fight for the soul of the institutions and the souls of our institutions and the soul of our society. Let us carry this ancient wisdom forward as we build organization where honesty is celebrated, transparency is normal, and integrity is the standard by which we measure ourselves. Let us be the leaders who ensure that future generations inherit institutions with integrity. In conclusion, Nelson Mandela once told us that a critical, independent, and investigative spirit is the lifeblood of any democracy. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, MEC. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us give the Honorable MEC another round of applause. Honorable MEC, thank you so much for this powerful, address. Brief but very powerful. We appreciate it. We also appreciate the insights from your presentation, as well as your leadership in fostering sound governance in our province and beyond. Thank you so, so much for your progressive leadership. We appreciate you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to move on to our next item. Initially, when we came back from the break, I indicated that we will reserve the opportunity for questions after all the speakers. I think now it's time to take those questions directed to, I believe, Dr. Storm, Mr. Jager, as well. Only the two of them. So I'm now going to invite those questions to the presentations. And once we are done with those questions to the two speakers, I will then move on and maybe allow an opportunity for one or two questions to our Honorable MEC. I hope I will not be out of order, Honorable MEC. So with that, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm opening the floor for those questions. Already I have one from our online participants directed to Mr. Jager. While I'm waiting for hands from the floor, I'll just go straight to that one question from our online platform. This one is anonymous. How effective are fraud awareness posters in common areas, given fraud is still increasing? How impactful are annual anti-fraud pledges by management and staff? Finally, which division is best suited to conduct lifestyle audits? That's for you, Mr. Jager. I believe you can tackle it. I don't see any hands from the floor. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the online participants. Posters are there to create awareness. Posters are there to educate us. So the mere fact that we have seen an increase in people coming forward in blowing the whistle, or even going beyond blowing the whistle, going directly to and making use of the open door policies of organizations and spilling the beans about who they believe is fraudsters or fraudulent activities, by itself shows that it's a win-win for all of us. We would never have seen people come forward if we didn't have posters or online education material going out the whole time through banking platforms, etc. In the past, I've been asked always, are we winning the war because we're seeing so many more fraud cases coming forward? Well, they were hidden, and I think it was you, Chairperson, who made the comment that they are hiding in the shadows. One of the speakers actually said that. And by coming forward and saying, I've detected the following because of what you've seen on a poster what you've seen on a website or what you've seen on the online banking platforms. It shows that education, and it proves that education is a way to win the war against fraud. So for me, it's a win-win. Fraud is like a cancer. And it's not only one department. Now to your other questions. It's not only one department that needs to stand up against fraud. It cannot be expected only of fraud examiners to be preventative and initiate policies and procedures. We work very closely together with other institutions, and that's why I spoke. Let me just stand up to get behind, because I can't see the people here. So that's why we work very closely together with other governance institutions like IRMSA, who's your risk managers, your compliance officers, your internal auditors, your Institute of Directors, and all the other institutions that drives the prevention, detection, investigation of fraud. So where does the fight sit? We even have a MOU in place with the SABPP. Now, I'm not sure whether you know who that is. That's your HR practitioners. We've got an MOU in place with your CIPC, who's your procurement officers, where we educate one another on the prevention of fraud. So it does not sit with a single division. A very good scenario, or example is when we had that scandal of the SABC directors who committed education fraud by stipulating that they've got certain qualifications, all of them being doctors. Not the real doctors, the doctors the Major General spoke of. The question the professional bodies immediately asked is, who was supposed to pick this up? Was it the HR practitioners who appoint staff and them, the internal auditors who are supposed to audit them, the external auditors who are supposed to also look at the vulnerabilities, or the fraud examiners? And that actually sparked this collaboration between professional bodies. So it does not sit with one single division, but like I indicated, your success ratio when you deal with things like your hotline services is so much higher when it sits with a division that is actively involved and professionally skilled to deal with those type of scenarios. And when I say scenarios, I'm talking about the whistleblower, getting the information and getting relevant information, because you get that one email or one phone call to deal with to get as much information as possible to take the investigation process further. So the success ratio is 53% higher when it sits within your fraud examiners division than within the other divisions. So, but does it mean that we work in isolation? No. The MEC actually spoke about it when he said that we cannot work in silos. We cannot. We cannot afford to. We need to be able to work with one another, share the information that we sit with, and also share the scenarios that was given here on stage, so that we can see both our successes as well as our flaws. We often, too many times, read about the NPA's failures on this, the DPCI's failures on that. There's the fraud examiners or the internal audit or external audit division's failures on this. Unfortunately, we've got a media that sells their newspapers and their airtime on negativity. But we tend to forget the successes these people do and have. The successes and the strength these people bring towards the fight against fraud. And we can see that, and it's sad to say, in big cases like even the Steinhoffs, where the people try to run away, even commit suicides. It's because of the power that these people sit with, their abilities that they sit with. So to cap that off, we don't work in isolation. We like a hand. We've got the different divisions, but together we make a fist. And fraud burns. And we'll fight fraudsters. And we'll succeed. So I hope that answers your questions, Chairperson.
Much, Mr. Jager, thank you very much. I believe they go to your response, the colleagues online. I could not identify any hand from the floor. I'm now going to just maybe give 1 minute for a possible question to our Honorable MEC. Any question before we move on to the next item on our program? Thank you very much.
There's a question.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable MEC. Can you safely say that as a province, before we branch into other provinces, are we able to win the fight against corruption? And my other question is, are the politicians involved in this? And to the House, assurance providers, are we clean? Are we seeing? Are we reporting? But we must also remember that we are also afraid of our lives. We expose you, the politician, the managers, with the connection to the politician. We are risking ourselves, our families. And then how can we protect our meals? Thank you.
Just trying to check if we still have our mic on the stage. All right, thank you. Over to you, Honorable MC.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the question. I don't know how to protect your meals. But I think you ask an important and critical question, whether are we winning against the fight against corruption? I'm not sure about the current stats, but at least for the first time, what I can tell you is that since the sixth administration to this current administration, at least there are a number of cases that have been reported, and there has been serious consequence management. It might be at the level, at the height we are expecting it to be, but at least there are signals that shows us that there's a positive and forward movement towards ensuring that we win the fight. But we are not yet there. But at least there are positive signs that tells us that. So the other question was, are politicians involved? Where? In committing or in helping us to win against the crime? I will try to answer them in those two ways. Definitely, politicians, because they are also human beings, there are those who are involved in committing serious crimes that relates to fraud, corruption, and also purely criminal activities. They have been. But they have been so smart, I'm not sure if that's the better way to use, that they don't commit themselves through signatures. They get involved through unlawful verbal instructions. They tell you as junior officials what to do, wrongly so. So the campaign that we have taken, particularly myself as the MEC for Finance, in ESCO is where the Premier calls the 10 of us to meet and discuss these things. We have come up with a campaign that says, if an official is not comfortable about a verbal instruction, you've got all the rights and responsibility to ask the politician to do it in writing. In so doing, it starts to defend you and your meals. So I'm already answering this one of defending you against the meals. The second one is whether politicians are involved in trying to fight it. I know that there are some officials or politicians who are trying to get involved in stopping this thing. For instance, by just staying away from unlawful instructions. Because this is where it starts. The whole issue of corruption starts there. and for other junior officials to join, it is because they have looked at us at the high-level positions, the top leadership. Now they are drawing examples and some steps, and they are able even to master them better than us now, because I've told them that, it starts with just asking for a favor. Official so-and-so man, can you make a plan that my younger sister gets this kind of job? That's where it starts. And the moment you start to say yes, I must know myself that I've already given you the power to ask me another favor, which is undue and unlawful. So at times I always say to people, don't ask for favors, because you give the person that you are asking from the right to ask you more favor. The moment you come to me and say, Tate Makume, can you please man, and I blindly say, can you please sleep with me? You have given me that power. We are asking favors, me and you. So that's where it starts. So stop asking also for favors. This will also protect you and protect your meals. It is true that it is dangerous to report cases because people are connected. But as I've said, if each and everyone can start to have that courage and talk amongst ourselves, we'll be able to stop it. It's not easy, but it's something that we must try, to just have the courage to say no against wrong things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MC. I think you said a mouthful. I also believe that the question is fully answered. Thank you so much for that. Now we are left with, I think, 2 items before we conclude with our program. But before we get to our second last item on our program, I would like to, I think it won't be really appropriate of us not to appreciate our speakers, maybe a token of appreciation so that they don't just leave empty-handed. It will be so out of order of us. So now I'm just going to allow for that moment so that we can just hand over those gifts of appreciation. And with that, I would like to invite our Executive Director, Dr. Mokgadi, to assist us hand out the gifts. And I also like to request our speakers maybe to just closer this side, if that's okay with you. Thank you. Oh, all right, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Doc. And I believe they will declare those gifts to their organizations. Leadership. Thank you so much. Another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our speakers. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I think now we are almost at the end of our program, and I would like to invite our Chief Risk Officer, Mr. Tsepo Mutudi, to deliver the vote of thanks and final remarks from our end. Mr. Mutudi, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director, for program directing. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, friends, guests. I think to the Vice-Chancellor in her absence, I thank her for gracing us with her presence and delivering the keynote address. To the Executive Director in the Vice-Chancellor's office, the management of CUT, team from the ACFE, as well as the CEO for the arrangements for this auspicious occasion. The guest speakers for honoring the invitation to come and speak at this event, the Major General as well as Dr. Storm. I think I found it interesting that there were just Misters and then Doctor, Professor, Major General and Doctor. So that speaks a lot about the speakers we had here today. Colleagues, to our partners, professional organization, friends of CUT that I saw here present, I'd like to also acknowledge the GRC team, but more especially in terms of organization, Dr. Wonga, who was the one behind the scenes who made a lot of this work possible today. So I'd just like to acknowledge her. I think you've seen 2 gray suits floating around here. Those are members of the GRC team. I'd like to acknowledge them here, as well as colleagues from... Okay, thank you. As well as colleagues from our sponsors and partners, including NetBank, for the gifts that will be declared. Colleagues, the speakers today did speak to us all having a responsibility to play. I think we now know from the engagements as well as our lived experiences that fraud adversely affects not just the economy, but the society as a whole, and that in some instances, personal lives have been taken as a consequence of fraudulent acts. So we all have a responsibility to also advocate for capacitation and resourcing of state institutions so that we can investigate and prosecute. But furthermore, colleagues, do report incidents that you become aware of. We all have whistleblower hotlines. Please, furthermore, in closing, do the right thing even when no one is watching. And just as a parting shot, Honorable MEC, while I thank you for your presence, I'd like to acknowledge that a couple of weeks ago at the IIA Summit, I heard your commitment about this reporting wrong things. So I'm noting that it's the second time you've reinforced this message, and I'll be watching in December. I suspect we'll be at another engagement that you reinforce it again so that colleagues have the confidence in our leaders that we do have ethical leadership and that they lead by example and that the tone from the top is in order. And with that, my guests, I thank you very much for your attendance and look forward to future engagements as we come to the end of this part of our journey in our fraud busting. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Wonga.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mututu. Thank you very much for those remarks. Very encouraging remarks, I must say. Thank you very much for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of our program for today, left with the last item, lunch and networking, as I have it in front of me. So now I would like to invite all of you to join us for lunch and continued networking in the basement downstairs in this very same building. And with that, maybe in terms of trying to navigate and maybe locate the venue where the lunch will be served, I'm going to have this request maybe to try and just maintain some order. I'm going to request that we allow our guests on stage, including the members of the Central Committee, ACFE, to leave first, then we can then follow in that order. Trying to locate the venue where the lunch will be served, we are going to use the main exit where we came in from. Then as you go down, you'll meet the ushers there who are then going to help you locate the space where we are going to have lunch. So with that, thank you very much for your participation and contributing to today's discussions focused on building trust, ethics, and accountability. May I please ask for a round of applause for myself, please. Thank you very much. Let's allow our guests to leave first, then we can follow. I believe because we gave the code to legal when it's doing this one. This will be
Will you usher them through here?
to this one. Which one is the closest?
Okay. I think it's on our feet.